Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Optic Blast Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. After that day at the Quirk doctor's office, Izuku Midoriya learned that not all individuals are born equally. Present 5-year-old Izuku stood trembling in front of 3 boys who were teasing a girl because of her unusual appearance. Izuku, stop it, Kaken. This is wrong. 4-year-old Izuku Midoriya was defending a girl with large eyes, hands, and a tail peeking out from beneath her green dress, against his friend-turned-bully, Katsuki Baku. Katsuki, oh yeah? And what are you going to do about it, Deku? Katsuki was creating small explosions in his palms as he sneered at his former friend. His 2 friends snickered at the sight of Izuku cowering before them. Little Izuku trembled, raising his fists in a feeble attempt to intimidate Katsuki. Izuku, if you hurt her, then I'll fight back. Katsuki was unimpressed. He generated larger explosions in his palms, a tick mark appearing on his forehead. Katsuki, you think a quirkless loser like you can stand up to me? Katsuki's sneer morphed into a frown as he glared menacingly at Izuku. Katsuki, you're just a second-rate loser chasing an impossible dream. When will you learn your place, Deku? You're just a pebble in my way. Katsuki took a step forward, his right hand poised. Katsuki, you are nothing. You hear me? You mean nothing in life. You will always be wrong while I will always be right. You can't become a hero. You're a useless Deku. Izuku had enough. He glared at Katsuki and yelled at the top of his lungs. Izuku, oh yeah? Do you think having a powerful quirk gives you the right to do whatever you want, Kaken? Do you think you're better than everyone else? You think you're so righteous that you can torment those weaker than you? You're wrong. That's not what a hero does. That's what a villain does. Katsuki looked furious, a dark aura surrounding him. Katsuki, yelling, are you looking down on me, Deku? Katsuki charged at Izuku, his friends ready to back him up. He punched Izuku in the stomach, causing the air to leave his body as he fell back. The girl gasped, trying to defend Izuku. Stop it. He's hurt. Katsuki kicked the girl aside and had his friends hold her down. Katsuki, I'll deal with you later. For now, my friends can have some fun. Katsuki turned his attention back to Izuku, who retaliated by punching him in the face. Izuku looked determined as he raised his fists again. Izuku, I'm going to teach you a lesson, Kaken. That's the only way you'll learn. Katsuki growled, creating an explosion aimed at Izuku, sending him crashing into a nearby tree with a loud thud. The girl gasped as she watched Izuku fall, while Katsuki began to kick at him. Katsuki, you think you're better than me, Deku? Why don't you try to back up your words? The girl struggled to get up but was held down by one of Katsuki's friends. The 2 boys holding the girl began to push her around as she screamed in distress. Izuku felt a surge of anger rising within him. Izuku, whispering, stop it. He gritted his teeth, feeling heat in his eyes as he watched the girl being mistreated. Ignoring his own pain, he glared at the 2 boys attacking her. His eyes began to glow red as rage boiled inside him. Izuku, growling, stop it. With a fierce growl, Izuku unleashed a powerful beam from his eyes, striking Katsuki and sending him flying through the air, landing with a heavy thud. Katsuki's friend number 1. What the heck? The beam faded as Izuku looked at the scorched Katsuki, who groaned in pain. Katsuki's friend number 2. The little quirkless kid had a quirk all along? Both boys stood up, one cracking his knuckles. Katsuki's friend number 1. Let's get that little punk. The 2 boys charged at Izuku, activating their quirks. Izuku felt the heat returning as he unleashed another powerful beam, knocking out the 2 bullies, steam rising from their bodies. Izuku quickly closed his eyes, realizing the beams weren't dying down. The little girl stood in shock, processing the scene before her. The boys looked as if they had suffered a severe burn. She turned towards the bushy-haired boy who had saved her, waddling over while holding her tail. Are you all right, Karo? Izuku nodded, eyes still closed, stammering slightly as he spoke to her. Izuku, sorry, I know it's hard not to make eye contact, but my lasers aren't fading. I hope you can forgive me. The girl giggled at his kindness. It's okay. I assume those lasers are your quirk? Izuku, yeah, but the funny thing is, the quirk doctor said I was quirkless when I visited him a year ago. Oh, my name is Izuku Midoriya, by the way. The girl was astonished. This boy was quirkless? Did that mean he had just discovered his quirk? She couldn't help but blush, realizing he defended her even when he couldn't fight back himself. She had been teased and bullied for most of her life, and the only ones who understood her were her parents. She had never met someone as kind as this boy before. My name is Tsuyu. The girl laced her fingers into his and gently began to lead him away from the park. Izuku, what are you doing? He asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Tsuyu looked back at him with a reassuring smile. You'll need someone to guide you home. Since you can't see, I'll help you, she said. Izuku felt a warm blush creep onto his cheeks as he allowed the frog girl to lead him down the street. He directed her through a series of crosswalks until they finally arrived at his house. Tsuyu rang the doorbell, and a beautiful green-haired woman answered, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of two injured kids at her doorstep, one of whom was her son. Inko Midoriya, a loving mother who had raised Izuku since she was 25, was the only person in his life who had never made him feel inadequate for being quirkless. Oh my gosh, Izuku, what happened to you? She exclaimed, bending down to embrace him. She noticed the bruises and singed patches on his clothes, but her concern deepened as she saw his closed eyes. Inko, is there something wrong with your eye? She asked, worry etched on her face. Despite his mother's concern, Izuku couldn't help but grin widely. Mom, guess what? I got a quirk. Inko was taken aback. While she felt a twinge of skepticism, she knew Izuku would never lie to her. It had to be true. That's wonderful, honey. Can you tell me what it is? She asked eagerly. Izuku nodded enthusiastically, looking up at a nearby signboard. Don't freak out, okay? Wait, Izuku, Tsuyu warned, but it was too late. As soon as Izuku opened his eyes, a burst of energy shot forth, obliterating the signboard and leaving a large crater in its place. Inko gasped, staring at the charred remains. What just happened? A passerby exclaimed, shocked. Inko quickly covered the children's ears to shield them from the harsh words. Izuku turned back around innocently, eyes still closed. Wow, honey, that's a very powerful quirk, Inko said, her thoughts racing. At least she wouldn't have to worry about Izuku fitting in anymore. As her thoughts drifted, Inko glanced down at her little potbelly and felt a blush rise to her cheeks. And it's about time I lost some weight too. Izuku grinned at his mother, and she noticed Tsuyu standing beside him. And who might you be, little miss? Inko asked kindly. Tsuyu. Your son saved me from some bullies today, Tsuyu replied, bowing slightly. Inko smiled at the child's innocence, but then her expression shifted. Wait, bullies? Both children nodded. Kaken and his friends were picking on her, so I stepped in and stopped them, Izuku explained. Inko's expression darkened at the mention of Katsuki. She had always despised how he treated Izuku, burning his clothes, causing him injuries, and leaving him bruised. It looks like I need to have another talk with Mitsuki, she muttered, her protective instincts flaring. The two children shivered slightly, sensing the intensity of Inko's emotions. Noticing their reaction, Inko softened her expression. Well, since it's getting late, Tsuyu, why don't I drop you off at your house? She suggested. Tsuyu nodded, following Inko to the garage. Izuku, you can go inside and grab something to eat. I made your favorite, katsudon, tonight. Oh, I almost forgot. Inko ran back to the house and returned with a walking stick. This will help you find your way around the house, she said. Tsuyu, I hope we can see each other again. Izuku waved as Tsuyu waved back. Likewise. Thanks for saving me today, Izuku, she replied. No problem, he said, smiling. Before she left, Tsuyu quickly pecked him on the cheek. See you, Izuku. Today had been one of the greatest days of Izuku's life. He had discovered his quirk and made a new friend. Things were finally looking up for him. The next morning, after discovering Izuku's new quirk, Inko took him to the Quirk doctor's office. The doctor examined Izuku's X-ray, puzzled by how the boy had developed a quirk despite having a second joint on his pinky toe. He asked Izuku if he had experienced any physical trauma before coming to the office. Izuku recounted the incident with Katsuki, explaining how he had defended a girl his age. The doctor listened intently, grimacing at the hardships faced by those without quirks. The doctor concluded that during the dispute between Katsuki and Izuku, Izuku must have strained his pinky toes due to the physical stress caused by Katsuki's attack. This incident triggered the gene that grants people superpowers within Izuku, awakening his optic blast quirk. Inko tried to calm the storm brewing inside her. Even though Izuku had told her what happened the day before, she couldn't suppress the urge to confront the sandy-haired boy for what he had done to her son. Despite the experience being unpleasant, Izuku felt a sense of relief that he had gained a quirk. The quirk doctor looked at Izuku apologetically. "I'm sorry you had to go through all that, Izuku," he said, glancing at Inko. "I shouldn't have been so blunt when discussing it with him." Izuku shook his head, his eyes still closed. "No worries. Who could have suspected that Katsuki would cause such an injury and activate my quirk gene? It was just a coincidence." The quirk doctor smiled at Izuku and turned to Inko. "Now about Izuku's powers. It seems he has a powerful quirk that hasn't been seen in quite some time. It's called the Optic Blast. It allows the user to emit a powerful beam from their eyes that can obliterate anything in its path. In Izuku's case, his optic blasts have a higher radiation level that will grow stronger over time." The quirk doctor handed Inko a file about a previous user who also possessed an optic blast quirk. There was a quirk user named Scott Summers who had a similar ability. He was the leader of a group of heroes known as the X-Men, who helped save the world countless times alongside the Avengers. He played a significant role in normalizing society's view of those born with powers. Izuku looked at the picture of Scott and his fellow heroes, along with a few yellowed newspaper articles detailing his heroic deeds. "But that's beside the point," the quirk doctor continued. "Izuku can also utilize the radiation in his eyes to enhance his physical abilities. For example, when he gets injured, his radiation can repair damaged tissues in less than a second. He can also use his quirk to boost his strength, speed, and intelligence. However, it's important to remember that while Izuku's supply of radiation is vast, with proper training, he can learn to control the radiation he emits." Inko returned the files to the quirk doctor, who placed them on his desk. He then opened a drawer and handed Inko a pair of visors. "Until then, I want Izuku to wear these visors until he can control his optic blasts." Inko took the visors from the quirk doctor and placed them on Izuku. "You can open your eyes now, Izuku." Both Inko and the quirk doctor noticed the red light shining brightly from the lenses. The quirk doctor held up 3 fingers in front of Izuku. "How many fingers am I holding up?" Izuku focused on the quirk doctor's hand. 3. The quirk doctor raised 2 more fingers. "How about now?" 5. The quirk doctor raised both hands, 4 fingers on the left and 3 on the right. "And now?" 7. "Okay, it looks like he doesn't have any issues seeing through those visors. You two are free to go." Both Izuku and Inko thanked the quirk doctor as they left the office to register Izuku's quirk. It seemed like Izuku had a lot to look forward to in the future. However, Izuku's happiness was short-lived when he heard the news that Tsuyu and her family were moving away. Before the Azui family relocated, Izuku and Tsuyu had one last playdate. They played heroes and villains at a nearby playground after lunch, laughing and enjoying the afternoon without a care in the world. "Detroit Smash!" Tsuyu exclaimed, making a punching motion toward Izuku. "Ugh!" Izuku pretended to cry out as he playfully fell into the sandbox. "You got me!" Tsuyu fell on top of him, and the two friends laughed together. After getting up and brushing off the sand, they explored the area before heading home for dinner. Izuku and Tsuyu talked about their dreams of becoming the next #1 pro hero and how they would grow stronger to attend UA. The two kids wandered until they found a clearing with a beautiful view of the city. Izuku and Tsuyu gazed at the breathtaking scenery, their eyes sparkling as the sunset bathed the sky in a golden light, casting shadows over the buildings. Tsuyu exclaimed, "It's beautiful, Kero? Izuku nodded, his gaze fixed on the vibrant orange glow of the sunset. After a moment of silence, he turned to Tsuyu. Hey, Tsu, can I ask you a question? Tsuyu looked at him, a hint of confusion on her face. Why do you ask? Izuku continued. To me, a sunset symbolizes both an ending and a new beginning. It's bittersweet to see it as it marks the end of another day, but it also signifies the start of something new, filled with possibilities, whether they're good or bad. Tsuyu felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. His words were profound. Do you really think so? She asked. Izuku adjusted his visors and replied, Nobody stays young forever. We have to embrace life as much as we can. That's why I want us to grow strong, so that no matter what challenges come our way, we can face them together. Tsuyu listened intently, surprised by his insight. Izuku continued, We might go our separate ways, but that doesn't mean our journey has to end. Life will throw many challenges at us, and it's our responsibility to confront them and say, I can do this, no matter how tough things get. Saying goodbye is hard. No one wants to utter that word, especially to someone they care about. But we have to be strong. Even if we're apart, I don't want our friendship to fade. You're the first person I've met who I can truly call a friend, and I want that to last. Tsuyu squeezed Izuku's hands, absorbing every word he said. I want us to stay in touch, Izuku added. There's no way I'm letting things end between us, not now, not like this. Tears welled in Tsuyu's eyes. Kero, I don't want to go, Izuku. I don't want to leave you. You're the first person who accepted me for who I am. You are my first friend. Overcome with emotion, Tsuyu hugged Izuku tightly. He felt his own tears threatening to spill, but he knew he had to remain strong for her. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the two friends understood it was time to head home. They walked silently through the streets until they reached the crosswalk where they would part ways. With tears in their eyes, they embraced for what felt like the final time. Before they separated, Tsuyu slipped a piece of paper into Izuku's hand. That's my phone number. Call me as soon as you can so I can send you my new contact information. Izuku looked at the paper, a small smile forming on his face. I will, I promise. Tsuyu extended her pinky. Pinky promise? Izuku wrapped his pinky around hers. Pinky promise. They shared a warm smile before saying their final goodbye. 9 years later, after a bittersweet farewell with Tsuyu, Izuku decided to seize the opportunity to train his quirk. After a month of searching, he discovered a small dojo just 12 minutes from his apartment. Inko, his mother, thought it would be a good idea for him to enroll, especially since the quirk doctor had recommended that he strengthen his body to better control his abilities. After several months of training, Izuku met a girl named Itsuka Kendo, who had just moved to the area. Itsuka was a striking young girl with green eyes, bright orange hair styled in a side ponytail, and a lean, athletic build. As weeks passed, Itsuka and Izuku became the best of friends. What began as practice sessions to review their lessons evolved into regular hangouts after training, and they even enrolled in the same middle school. Now, the two friends sat in their classroom, eagerly awaiting the start of their last day of middle school, both excited to move on to the next chapter of their lives. The teacher addressed the class. All right, everyone, you're in your final year of middle school, which means it's time to think about your future careers. He held up a stack of career sheets, smiling broadly, but then tossed them into the air with a laugh. Who am I kidding? You all want to be heroes, right? The classroom erupted in cheers, everyone activating their quirks in excitement, joining Itsuka and Izuku in the celebration. Teacher, yes, you all have great quirks. A sandy-haired boy stood up from his seat. Sensei, don't lump me in with these second-rate losers. For all I know, these extras are only worthy of being sidekicks at best. They aren't hero material, considering how weak their quirks are. Everyone in the room grew tense as they turned their attention to the sandy-haired loudmouth, Katsuki Baku. Hey, what did you say, Bakugo? One boy shouted. Yeah, you want to fight? Another added. Go away, you egotistical a girl exclaimed. Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself, another girl chimed in. Now, settle down, everyone, the teacher said, taking out a clipboard from his desk. I have received everyone's school application forms this morning, and I would like to announce that Katsuki Bakugo is planning to enroll in UA. The class fell silent until a boy with rocks for hair broke the stillness. No way, the top hero school with a low acceptance rate of 0.2%? He exclaimed. Well, if you put it that way, Katsuki does have a powerful quirk, and I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it, a girl replied. The class began to whisper among themselves. That's right, Katsuki declared, standing on top of his desk. Unlike you extras, I have the most potential to become the next #1 hero. I passed their mock exam along with the practice exam. It would be a waste not to accept someone like me. The teacher looked at his clipboard again. I wouldn't get your hopes up, Katsuki. It also says here that both Izuku and Kendo are also planning to enroll in UA. The class grew silent as everyone turned towards the two students in question. Then the room erupted with cheers and compliments for the green-haired boy and the orange-haired girl. Congratulations, you two, one boy shouted. I knew both of you could do it, a girl added. You two have the strongest quirks out of everyone in the school. Choosing you would be a no-brainer, another boy said. You guys have the most potential. I mean, you did come in first and second place in the exams, a girl chimed in. Izuku, please go out with me, another girl exclaimed. Izuku's sweat dropped, wondering if that last comment was really necessary. He felt overwhelmed by all the compliments he was receiving from his peers. Itsuka couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a bit overwhelmed herself. Leaning towards Izuku, she whispered, Congrats on getting first place again, Izuku. Thanks, but you should be proud too. It was just a 1-point difference, he replied. The class continued to cheer until Bakugo dampened the mood by causing a small explosion on both Izuku and Kendo's desks. Deku, side ponytail. Who do you think you are applying to UA? You think you're better than me? Bakugo shouted. Itsuka and Izuku glared at Bakugo. And who do you think you are, deciding what we can or can't do? Itsuka shot back. I'm with Kendo on this one, Bakugo. You have no right telling us what to do. Izuku added. Bakugo grabbed both Kendo and Izuku by their shirts. Listen well, you extras. Who do you think you are trying to apply to the same school as me? I'm the only one who was supposed to be the best out of these losers. If UA accepts you too, then the school must be crazy. I would even replace you with anyone else. Everyone glared at Bakugo. This is a warning, Bakugo. If you don't sit down now, I'm going to contact your parents and possibly expel you for bullying 2 of the top students of our school. Let's see who has the last laugh after that, the teacher said firmly. Whatever. We'll settle this after school, Bakugo replied, returning to his seat as classes resumed. After school, Itsuka and Izuku were packing their bags when Katsuki came along and snatched Izuku's hero analysis journal from his hand. What is this, hero analysis for the future volume 13? Katsuki taunted. Katsuki's 2 friends from preschool arrived, snickering. What is that supposed to be, his diary? One friend said. Lame, the other added. Itsuka frowned at this. Give that back to him. Katsuki smirked, putting his palms together and causing a small explosion that ruined the notebook. He then tossed it out the window without a second thought. Much bet. Before Katsuki could finish, Izuku punched him hard across the jaw, knocking him back. Kendo performed a swift kick, sending one of the friends tumbling into the other. Izuku then swiftly incapacitated the remaining bullies. The 2 friends left the room, leaving the 3 bullies sprawled on the floor. Itsuka looked apologetically towards Izuku. Sorry about your notebook. If only I had stopped him before. Izuku cut her off with a smile, pulling out another hero analysis notebook from his backpack. The one that Bakugo destroyed was a dud. This is the real one. They passed by the koi pond, where Izuku fished out the burnt notebook and tossed it into the recycling bin. Like I would let Katsuki outsmart me. Kendo laughed at this. She was aware of the tension between Katsuki and Izuku since their middle school days. It was amusing how Izuku always managed to thwart Katsuki's attempts to bully him. Since Atuska lived on the other side of town, they had to part ways as Izuku chose the longer route home to avoid a confrontation with Katsuki and his friends. Little did Izuku know, his life was about to take a new turn as he entered the tunnel where a certain villain was lurking. Midoriya gazed at a photograph of himself and Azui, reminiscing about the good times they shared. I drew this, by the way. Man, it's already been 9 years since the last time we saw each other. I wonder how she's doing. Izuku thought. 9 years might have passed, but he never stopped thinking about Azui. I can't wait to show her how much I've improved over the years. I hope she's still planning to apply to UA. Izuku smiled childishly as he tucked the photo back into his pocket. He and Azui had kept in touch over the years, both honoring the promise they made before parting ways. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, he heard a voice. A medium-sized cloak, huh? Perfect. Izuku turned to see a mass of green sludge with yellow eyes staring down at him from the ceiling. Hold still, this won't hurt a bit. The sludge dropped to the ground, releasing multiple tendrils from its gel-like body. Izuku quickly evaded the attacks using the flash step technique he had recently learned. The villain unleashed more tendrils, but Izuku continued to dodge them effortlessly. "Damn it, hold still," the villain shouted. Instead of complying, Izuku leaped into the air and pressed a small circular button on the left side of his visor. Hasta la vista, sludgy. The villain was in serious trouble. Before the villain could react, Izuku's optic blast struck, causing the sludge to explode into steaming droplets. Izuku winced, realizing the impact must have hurt. Maybe I should have held back a little, he thought. Izuku pulled out an empty water bottle from his backpack and bent down to collect the remnants of the sludge villain. Just as he was about to leave to turn in the villain to the authorities, he heard a maintenance hole cover explode nearby. A muscular blonde man leaped out and landed in front of him. "Fear not, citizen, for I'm here." It was the pro-hero All Might, Izuku's favorite superhero. Izuku was a stammering mess. All Might was here, in the flesh. He was in full fanboy mode. "Oh my God, Mr. All Might, sir, it's an honor to meet you." He lowered his backpack and pulled out his hero analysis notebook and a pen. "Can you sign my notebook?" All Might let out a hearty laugh as he signed Izuku's notebook. "This is going on my wall when I get home." Izuku thought excitedly. All Might looked around as if searching for something. "Say, kid, did you happen to see a villain pass by here? You know, yellow eyes, green sludge." Izuku held up the bottle containing the unconscious slime villain. "Yeah, sorry, the guy tried to attack me, so I used my quirk on him." All Might took the bottle from Izuku. "No worries, kid. It was self-defense. Besides, I should be thanking you for helping me catch this guy." He noticed the sludge villain bubbling inside the bottle. "Figured, mind if I ask what your quirk is? This guy is bubbling like crazy." Izuku scratched his head, noticing the bubbling bottle. "My quirk is called Optic Blast. It allows me to produce powerful energy and emit it from both of my eyes. It also enhances my strength, speed, and knowledge. Oh, and I have a healing factor too." All Might nodded, surprised by the boy's quirk. It reminded him of someone from his past, a connection to the seventh holder of his quirk, One for All. Feeling a sense of urgency, All Might realized it was time for him to leave. "Well, it was nice meeting you, Izuku Midoriya." "Young Midoriya, once again, thank you for capturing the villain. I will be taking him to the police." With that, All Might soared into the sky. Phew, that was close. A few more seconds and the boy would have found out, All Might thought. Years ago, All Might had sustained a severe injury in a battle against his arch-nemesis, All for One. He had undergone surgery and lost many of his organs in the process, now only able to use his powers for a limited time. All Might landed on a rooftop, reverting to his depowered form. All Might, phew, I better turn this guy in before I run into more trouble. All Might reached for the bottle holding the sludge villain and noticed it was missing. All Might, oh no. He heard an explosion coming from a few blocks away and immediately ripped the rooftop door open, muscling his way down the stairs as fast as his slender frame could carry him. Meanwhile, Izuku was walking home with a big goofy smile on his face. He had received compliments from his peers, stood up to Bakugo, and even met his idol, All Might, all in one day. Nothing could ruin his day now. Boom. Izuku heard an explosion from a few blocks away. Izuku thought, guess I spoke too soon. He ran toward the sound of the explosion. A few moments earlier, Bakugo and his friends were walking home with bandages on their faces. Bakugo, that Deku. Who does he think he is, doing this to me? Friend 1. Don't worry, Katsuki, we'll get him next time. Friend 2. Yeah, he only got the upper hand because Kendo was there. Friend 1. But you have to admit, Kendo is quite impressive. Katsuki, Katsuki felt something hard land beside him as a bottle of green slime clinked against the ground. Katsuki, what the heck? Get out of here. I'm already having a bad day. He kicked the bottle away. Katsuki, anyway, you guys want to hit the arcade? Friend 1, sure, I'm in. Friend 2, me too, let's. Before the boy with long fingers could finish his sentence, both of Katsuki's friends looked terrified. Katsuki, what? Is there something on my face? Friend 1 and 2, GUH, poo, SLSL. Katsuki, look, I know my face looks fierce because I glare all the time, but that doesn't mean. Katsuki noticed they weren't looking at him. Katsuki, there's something behind me, isn't there? They nodded in fear. Katsuki turned around to face a giant sludge monster with yellow eyes. Sludge villain, a meat shield with a powerful quirk. Just what I needed. Izuku was running through the streets as he heard explosions coming from the shopping district, where flames engulfed the entire block. Smoke billowed into the sky as people screamed in fear. The pro-hero Backdraft was trying to control the crowd while extinguishing the fire with his hydrokinesis quirk. Izuku witnessed a dark silhouette standing in a ring of fire. The police debated whether to act, pointing their weapons cautiously. Izuku tapped a nearby pedestrian on the shoulder. Izuku, excuse me, sir. What's going on? The civilian didn't even glance at Izuku as he replied. A villain appeared out of nowhere and took a kid hostage. Now he's using the kid's quirk to wreak havoc. Izuku thought, I need to get a closer look. He managed to squeeze through the crowd until he reached the front. There, he saw the pro-hero Death Arms clashing his fists together as he charged at the dark silhouette, which Izuku assumed was the villain. Death Arms threw a solid punch at the villain's midsection, but the villain absorbed the hit without flinching. Is that the best you can do? Izuku recognized the voice immediately. It was the sludge villain he had encountered earlier. How did he escape? Sludge villain, do that again, and I'll make sure this boy suffers. Death Arms noticed something wriggling inside the sludge and saw a silhouette of a boy with sandy hair struggling to break free. The sludge villain let out a chilling laugh that echoed throughout the block. Sludge villain, with a quirk as powerful as yours, I can take down any pro-hero with one hit. The sludge began to swell in size, and the other pro-heroes in the area looked on in horror. This guy is a real supervillain. A woman in the crowd noticed a blonde woman running toward the scene. It's the new pro-hero, Empty Lady. Empty Lady realized the problem as soon as she came into view. Lady, oh no, a narrow street. My only weakness. Death Arms clenched his teeth. Death Arms, none of us have the right quirk to handle a situation like this. All we can do now is wait for someone to come and help us. He glanced at the sandy-haired kid who was still struggling to break free. Death Arms, don't worry, kid. We'll get you out of there. Izuku, are you telling me these heroes won't do anything because they don't have the right quirk for this situation? Izuku clenched his fist in frustration. A hero is someone who overcomes any obstacle to save those in need. They are supposed to help others, no matter the cost. Now, these so-called heroes are standing by because their quirks aren't suited for the environment? Izuku glared at the villain with determination. Izuku thought, I want to help, but using my quirk in public is against the rules. A light bulb went off in Izuku's mind. Izuku thought, that's it? He pushed his way to the back of the crowd and ran a few blocks into an alleyway. Izuku thought, I hope this works. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching. All Might thought, what is that kid doing? Izuku channeled his optic blast energy throughout his body, producing a fiery red glow. He felt his quirk empowering his limbs as he crouched down and leaped to the top of a building. Izuku jumped from rooftop to rooftop, landing on the same street where MT Lady had just passed. He dashed through the street in a red blur, racing past MT Lady's legs and into a nearby building engulfed in flames. Izuku, well, here goes nothing. He deactivated his optic blast quirk and strolled into the street, pretending to have just woken up from a nap. Izuku, yawning, what's going on? Death Arms noticed Izuku emerging from the building. Death Arms, hey kid, watch out. Izuku feigned surprise. Izuku, fake screaming, a villain. The sludge villain noticed Izuku. Sludge villain, you? Izuku, smirking me. Sludge villain, stay away from me or the boy here gets it. The sludge villain revealed his hostage to Izuku, and Izuku's calm expression shifted to one of fury. The hostage was none other than his former friend turned rival, Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku, sludgy, when will you learn? Izuku took a menacing step forward, channeling his quirk throughout his body. Izuku, there are two things you shouldn't do when you fight someone like me. The villain froze in fear as Izuku calmly approached, ignoring the cries and warnings from the pro-heroes. Izuku, 1, never mess with the people I care about. With a swift motion, Izuku yanked Bakugo out of the sludge villain's grasp, letting him fall to the ground. Izuku, 2, never make me angry. Izuku unleashed a powerful punch that sent the sludge villain disintegrating into a cloud of vapor. The impact was so strong that it seemed to change the weather. The heroes and pedestrians were stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Holy cow, he changed the weather? Is this for real? Dude, is this actually happening? Kamui Woods. This is unbelievable. Lady, Death Arms snapped out of his shock and playfully tapped the blonde hero on the neck. Death Arms, watch your language. Everyone turned to Izuku as he carried the unconscious Bakugo toward the crowd. He looked at the heroes with a feigned apologetic smile. Izuku, sorry about that, but in my defense, I was just trying to protect myself. Fortunately, the trio of heroes accepted his excuse as Izuku turned to leave. But then the crowd, having witnessed his heroic act, swarmed him like bees to honey. Izuku tried to escape, but it was futile. Kamui Woods and Death Arms exchanged glances at the sight of Izuku being overwhelmed by the crowd, who were showering him with compliments. Even MD Lady joined in, trying to convince Izuku to join her agency when he became a hero. All Might watched the entire scene unfold and realized he had found his successor. But for now, All Might decided to help the boy escape the crowd. He quickly dashed into an alleyway and transformed into his hero form. He emerged onto the street with confidence. All Might. It is I, All Might in the flesh. The crowd noticed the #1 hero and immediately began to chase after him, giving Izuku the chance to slip away. Later, Izuku, phew, finally lost them. He walked home happily, recalling all the compliments he had received from the pro-heroes and civilians. Just as he was about to turn the corner, Deku. Izuku turned to see Katsuki standing behind him. Katsuki, I didn't need your help, you know. I could have handled that myself. You didn't do anything, got it? Izuku scoffed. Whatever, he muttered as he turned away. In his thoughts, he couldn't help but feel slighted. Not even a thank you for saving his life? What a JRK. As he continued walking, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. I am here. All Might exclaimed in his hero form as he emerged from an alleyway. Whoa! Izuku jumped back in surprise. All Might. What are you doing here? How did you get past the crowd? Ha! I stand for justice, not for standbys, because I am. All Might struck his signature pose, but his sentence was cut short as he suddenly reverted to his weakened form, coughing and spitting out a small amount of blood. Ugh. For you. Where's All Might? Izuku exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. I am All Might, he replied, trying to reassure Izuku. Whoa! For real? Wait, what happened to you? Are you okay? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. All Might wiped the blood from his mouth. Yes, I'm all right, don't worry about me. But for now, allow me to explain my current situation. He lifted his shirt slightly, revealing a dark scar on his side. I got this scar a few years back after a fierce battle with my arch-nemesis. Because of him, I had to undergo numerous surgeries and lost many of my organs. Now, I can only use my quirk for a limited time before I'm left vulnerable. But that's beside the point. He coughed again, gripping his chest, looking as though he might collapse. Hey, are you all right? Izuku asked, his worry intensifying. Don't worry about it, this happens a lot, All Might said, trying to brush it off. How can I not be worried? Izuku thought. Anyways, young man, I came here to thank you and to make a proposition. What you did today inspired me. Even knowing about the quirk laws, you devised a plan that made it look like an act of self-defense, saving the hostage and defeating the villain. Izuku stared at All Might in shock, amazed that he had figured it all out. There are many stories of heroes and how they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had the chance to think, almost on their own. Your instincts urged you to act, and you risked everything to help. You, my friend, are a true hero. Izuku felt a tightness in his chest as tears began to well up in his eyes. Thank you, All Might. It's an honor to hear such praise, especially from you. All Might raised both of his hands. That settles it. I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. Izuku looked at All Might with a mix of confusion and disbelief. What do you mean, inherit? Inherit what? All Might chuckled. You should have seen your face just now. He coughed lightly before continuing. The press always assumes my quirk is super strength or speed, a kind of invulnerability. People need to believe the symbol of peace is a natural-born hero. But I'm not. There's nothing natural about me or my quirk. He tilted his head back, spreading his arms wide. I wasn't born with this power. It was a sacred torch passed down to me from someone else. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. Someone gave you your power? Yes, and I can give you my power. You can become an even greater hero, one who surpasses even me. My quirk is called One for All. One for All, Izuku repeated, mulling it over. Thus, one person proves the power and hands it off to another, allowing it to grow. In other words, it's a stockpile quirk that continues to grow as it is passed along. All Might pointed at Izuku. Now here's a question for you, young Midoriya. Will you accept this power? Will you go beyond your limits to become number one and surpass me? Izuku nodded firmly. Yes. I accept. I will do it. A quick and honest answer. I like it. Prepare yourself, young Midoriya, because your 10 months of intense training begins tomorrow. I'm going to make you the next successor of One for All. Thus, Izuku's 10 months of rigorous training with All Might began. After his conversation with All Might, Izuku was walking home in a bright mood. The number one hero wanted Izuku to be his successor. Him. Today had to be one of the luckiest days of his life. Izuku, mumbling, a greater hero than All Might, huh? Izuku Midoriya? Hearing his name, Izuku turned around to see an angry-looking Itsuka stomping towards him. Izuku panicked. Things were about to get intense. Izuku, Kendo. Kendo glared at Izuku. Itsuka, care to explain what that was back there? Kendo showed a picture of Izuku's fight with the slime villain from earlier. Izuku, I can explain. Kendo crossed her arms. Itsuka, it better be a good excuse. Izuku explained how the heroes didn't act due to their unsuitable quirks, then shared his plan to make the whole incident look like self-defense, adding that the hostage was none other than Bakugo, who had just scolded him after he saved his life. Itsuka shook her head. Itsuka, he didn't even thank you for saving his life? Man, what a JRK. Izuku shrugged. Izuku, well, what can I say? It's Katsuki after all. Kendo grabbed his hand. Itsuka, please don't do that again. You had me worried. Izuku gave her a bright smile as the two friends walked away, holding hands. Along the way, Izuku bought a dumpling for Itsuka as an apology. Itsuka happily ate it with a squishy face. Itsuka gave him a smile, which he gladly returned. They walked through Muzutafu, discussing their chances of getting into UA, until they finally reached Izuku's neighborhood. Even though Itsuka lived on the other side of town, she insisted on walking him home to ensure he didn't run into any more trouble. Izuku chuckled. Despite being the same age and in the same grade, Itsuka had always been an overprotective sister to him. As soon as they arrived, Itsuka hugged him one more time before heading home. Izuku let himself in, only to be tackled by a green blur, who was sprinkling a shower of tears. Izuku's sweat dropped at the sight of his mother crying into his shoulder. Izuku, Mom, please calm down. I know what I did was reckless, but I'm okay, see? For a good chunk of the afternoon, Inko expressed her concerns about Izuku not thinking of her and how he made her worry. Inko, I thought my son was about to die out there. After 3 months of dieting, Inko had regained her once perfect figure. She made it her life goal to stay fit, just like her son, who was doing martial arts and calisthenics. Inko, anyway, I made your favorite, katsudon. Inko led Izuku into the kitchen, where a bowl of piping hot katsudon was waiting for him. Izuku, wow. It looks super good. Inko, oh yeah, by the way, Tsu-chan called earlier. She said she was planning to enroll in UA. She also mentioned something about being upset with you for worrying her. She watched the news and wasn't happy about what you did. Izuku gulped. Izuku thought, oh no. As soon as Izuku finished his dinner, he quickly went into his room and opened up his Skype account. A few minutes later, a screen popped up, showing a teary-eyed Tsuyu with puffed cheeks. Tsuyu, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku shivered when he noticed the intense aura around his childhood friend. Izuku, YYS. Tsuyu, what were you thinking, Baka? You could have gotten yourself hurt. If you were here right now, I would have given you a piece of my mind. Izuku shivered at that thought. Izuku thought, note to self, don't upset Tsu-chan. Izuku, I'm sorry, Tsu-chan, but I had my reasons. I overheard that the heroes there didn't have the right quirk to handle the problem. The fire was getting out of control, and the hostage might have gotten hurt. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Tsuyu let out a sigh. Izuku was too much like All Might, always jumping in, no matter the consequences, but it was one of the main traits she liked about Izuku. Izuku, so, how was your day? Tsuyu let out another sigh. Tsu, terrible. I just got the news from Habuko-chan that she failed her mock test for UA. So, she's planning on going to a school called Isamu Academy. Izuku gasped. Izuku, no. Tsuyu nodded sadly. Izuku, I'm sorry, Tsu. Tsuyu deadpanned. Tsuyu, why are you apologizing? Izuku waved his hands frantically. Izuku, I mean about Habuko-chan. Tsuyu chuckled. Tsuyu, just messing with you. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing you again. I've missed you, Izu-chan. Tsuyu smiled, touching the monitor. Izuku, me too, Tsu-chan. Izuku touched his monitor. Tsu-chan, dinner's ready? Wani-chan, dinner? Tsuyu tilted her head a little. Tsuyu, coming. Tsuyu turned to Izuku. Tsuyu, I have to go, see you later, Izu? Izuku nodded. Izuku, take care. Izuku waved before hanging up. Time skip. Izuku thought, this is tough. Izuku was lifting a rusty old truck on his bare back, making his way to the dump. After his physical fitness test on day 1, All Might made a training schedule for Izuku to follow for the next 10 months. 4:30 breakfast. 5 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. clean Dagoba Beach. 7 to 3 o'clock school lunch. 3 to 4:15 weightlifting sessions. 4:30 to 5:30 martial arts lessons with a friend, Kendo. 6 to 8 o'clock study time. 9:30 to 11 o'clock cardio. Izuku felt like his muscles were going to burst. This training regime was pushing him to his limits. Everyone at school was concerned about Izuku. Even though his academic performance remained strong, they noticed the occasional muscle spasms and winced at the sight of his bruised skin when it was exposed. 2 months later, Izuku stood on the beach, shirtless and breathing heavily from exhaustion. The sun was rising over the horizon as he looked up into the sky and let out a triumphant shout. He did it. After 2 months, he had finished cleaning the beach. By the time All Might arrived, he was amazed by the beautiful sight. All Might thought to himself, no way, You even cleaned outside the area I told you to. Seriously, there's not a single speck of trash left on this beach. All Might exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" So surprised was he that he reverted to his muscular form. Izuku ran toward him, beaming with pride. "I did it," Izuku declared. All Might gave him a thumbs up. "You sure did, Midoriya my boy. You have exceeded my expectations and gone beyond." The pro hero pulled out his phone and showed a picture of Izuku from 2 months ago. Just 2 months prior, Izuku had looked like a lean martial artist. Now he resembled an Asian version of Captain America. "You have worked hard, Midoriya. Since we still have 8 months until the UA entrance exam, I suggest we use that time to help you master One for All." All Might reached into his scalp and plucked one of his hairs. This. Izuku looked bewildered, as if someone had just told him a shocking secret. All Might chuckled. "To inherit my power, you have to swallow some of my DNA. That's how it works." Izuku took the hair and swallowed it. They fell silent for a moment until Izuku broke the stillness. "I don't feel any different." All Might laughed again. "Kid, you crack me up. It'll take a while before your body finishes digesting the hair, so let's wait a couple of hours before we start the next part of your training." A few hours later, All Might said, "All right, let's see what you've got, kid." They stood staring out at the ocean. "Okay, so how do I activate One for All?" Izuku asked. "It's pretty easy. Just focus, reach deep within yourself, and shout, 'Smash!'" Izuku's sweat dropped at All Might's explanation. But then he remembered something about One for All that All Might had mentioned earlier. "Wait a second. Didn't you say that One for All is a stockpile quirk?" All Might raised an eyebrow. "Yes, why? If that's the case, can't One for All be used with other quirks? Stockpile quirks are like augmentation quirks. They strengthen the user's power. Instead of using it as a single emitter quirk, what if I combine it with my Optic Blast quirk?" All Might had never considered that before. "And since my body is made up of the same energy as my quirk, I should let One for All spread through my body like my Optic Blast quirk." Izuku activated both quirks, enveloping himself in red and green lightning. "Let's see how much of it I can use." He pulled back his arm, channeling both quirks. Smash! Izuku punched the air in front of him. What happened next startled him. A powerful blast erupted from his fist, sending shockwaves through the ocean and breaking multiple sound barriers. The waves surged high, reaching astonishing heights. All Might was taken aback. Holy Mother of all that is beyond. But then All Might noticed a problem. The waves were heading straight for the shore. "Oh," they both exclaimed. "All Might, we need to stop those waves before they reach the city," Izuku shouted. All Might realized this too and sprinted toward the left side of the beach. "I'll handle the one on the left. Try to stop the one on the right." Izuku dashed down the beach. "Here goes nothing." He removed his visors, unleashing the raw power of his optic blast. The wave immediately dissipated upon contact. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as he plopped onto the ground. "That was close," he muttered. Boom. Izuku turned to see All Might blasting the other wave away with one of his powerful moves. All Might walked over to Izuku, who was staring at him with admiration. "That was close," All Might said. "Tell me about it," Izuku replied. All Might looked at him intently. "So, do you feel any different? I mean, you did release 100% of One for All. When I activated it for the first time, I ended up injuring myself pretty badly. It's a common side effect for first-time users." "Are you sure?" Izuku asked, showing All Might his arm. To his surprise, there wasn't a single injury. "Wow," All Might exclaimed, looking at Izuku with awe. "How strong are you?" Izuku shrugged. "I dunno." All Might laughed. "Since it's clear that you have perfect control over One for All, I guess it's time I taught you how to fight. A great hero can't protect others unless they know how to fight. So for the next 8 months, we'll work on your control with One for All and hold sparring sessions." And with that, the two began their training. 8 months later, Izuku woke up a little late after his intense training with All Might. During those months, he discovered that One for All had enhanced his quirk, granting him new abilities. He now possessed thermoception, flight, power transfer, minimization, telekinesis, absorption, super speed, and a powerful healing ability that allowed him to help others. Thanks to his new healing ability, he was able to repair and replace All Might's damaged organs, earning a bone-crushing hug from him that left Izuku trying to regain his balance for a good 10 minutes. His sparring sessions with All Might had also paid off. Izuku could now use 1 to 100% of One for All without any drawbacks, exceeding All Might's expectations once again. Now, Izuku was heading out for the UA entrance exams. Inko looked at her son with pride. He had shared his training experiences with All Might and how he inherited his quirk. "Have a great day at school, honey," Inko said. "Thanks, Mom," Izuku replied, feeling a warm smile spread across his face as she kissed him on the cheek. "And always remember to have fun," she added. "I will, Mom, I will," he assured her. After a 20-minute subway ride, Izuku arrived at the entrance of UA. He was taken aback. "Wow, this place is huge," he exclaimed. "Out of my way, Deku," came a voice. Izuku turned to see Katsuki storming towards him, glaring fiercely. "Hello, Satan," Izuku deadpanned, causing everyone around to burst into laughter, including the teachers observing the students. Katsuki glared at him. "What did you call me?" Izuku ignored him and moved along, while Katsuki growled in frustration. Noticing a girl tripping over her feet, Izuku immediately rushed to her side, using 5% of One for All to catch her just before she fell. "Are you alright? It would have been bad luck to fall before the exams, right?" he asked. The girl nodded, blushing at the sight of the green-haired boy with cool glasses. "Name's Izuku Midoriya," he introduced himself. "Mine's Ochako Uraraka," she stammered. "Nice to meet you," Izuku said just as the warning bell rang, signaling that the exams were about to start. "Welp, we better get inside or we'll be late," he said, and both rushed into the building. Later, Izuku walked down the hallway looking for the cafeteria, where lunch was being served for the examinees. "Man, I have to admit, this place is enormous," he thought. UA High was so big it could be called a city. The campus was filled with tall glass buildings and massive stadiums, not to mention its own forest, mountain, and riverbed. As he continued down the hallway, Izuku recalled that Tsuyu had mentioned she was also taking the entrance exam today. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice someone running up behind him. The mysterious person covered his eyes. "Guess who?" Izuku chuckled, recognizing the voice. "Is that you, Kendo?" Kendo removed her hands, and Izuku turned around to see the orange-haired martial artist smiling back at him. "Kendo, correct." The two childhood friends shared a good laugh before they started walking down the hallway. Izuku was looking around as if searching for someone, and Kendo noticed this and became curious. "Kendo, are you looking for someone?" "Izuku, my childhood friend from preschool said she was attending the entrance exam today, but I can't find her anywhere." Kendo smirked a little. "Kendo, the girl you had a crush on, the one who gave you that kiss on the cheek?" Kendo started making playful kissy faces before Izuku pushed her away. Izuku, embarrassed, "It's not like that." Kendo rolled her eyes. "Kendo, right, because of that promise you made with her before she left, right?" Kendo wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulder. "Kendo, don't worry, what are the chances that she wouldn't even be here?" Kendo waved her arms around a bit. "Kendo, for all we know, she could even be standing in that." The two friends came to a stop. "Izuku, oh my, cupcake." Both Izuku and Kendo turned to their left. "Hey, Izuku." "Izuku, oh it's you." Ochako Uraraka, the girl that Izuku saved earlier, was standing beside the two friends. "Ochako, I have to admit, this is a very long line." The trio was standing at the back of a long line that filled the entire hallway, leading to the cafeteria. Izuku, groaning, "Man, I wish I brought my lunch." "Kendo, ahem." Kendo let out a cough. "Kendo, do you know this girl?" Kendo pointed towards Ochako, who was smiling at Izuku. "Izuku, oh right." Izuku facepalmed. "Izuku, Kendo, this is Ochako, she's the girl that I saved earlier at the school gate." Izuku looked at Ochako. "Izuku, and this is my childhood friend, Kendo Itsuka." We've been friends since elementary and middle school. Ochako gave a bright and cheerful smile. Ochako, nice to meet you, I'm Ochako. Kendo, I'm Kendo. Man, Izuku, you're getting popular. Someone let out a loud cough behind them. The trio turned to see that the line had moved up significantly. Izuku turned around and apologized to the students before disappearing into the cafeteria. An hour later, man, I'm stuffed. Ochako patted her now full tummy as she let out a small burp. Kendo looked like she was ready for a nap. Kendo, sleepily, I know, right? That lunch was so delicious that I had 3 more servings of miso soup and pork. Izuku let out a laugh. Izuku thought, this is fun. I'm so lucky to be surrounded by good people. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey you. Izuku's ears twitched a little before turning around to see a girl with long green hair, large eyes, and trembling hands before another examinee who was glaring at her with disdain. I told you to stay away from this school, you loser. Are you making fun of me, huh? Leave me alone. The girl was pushed to an empty table before receiving a light smack on the head. Izuku felt a surge of anger. Great, another bully, just what he needed in his life. Kendo, that JRK, who does she think she is? Ochako was glaring at the examinee. Ochako, right? Wait a minute. Ochako looked around and saw that no one was helping the poor girl. Ochako, why isn't anyone doing anything? Izuku looked around and saw that Ochako was right. No one was stepping in, they were just standing there, doing nothing. Is that you? Izuku's eyes widened. Izuku thought, oh no. Izuku turned to see the world's most arrogant, egotistical, and possibly the biggest JRK in human history standing beside the bully in all his glory. Katsuki, it is you, huh? Wait, you know this girl? Katsuki scoffs, know her? She's just someone I used to bully back in preschool. She always hung out with that loser who followed me around. Izuku saw the girl twitch in response. Hello there, Katsuki. I see that you are still a JRK. Katsuki's brow began to twitch. Katsuki, growl, what did you say? Katsuki reached out for the girl's shirt, but Izuku stepped forward. Izuku, growl, that's enough, Katsuki. Izuku clenched Katsuki's hand tightly. Izuku, this is a warning for both of you. Izuku glared at both the bully and Katsuki. Izuku, if I ever see you near this girl again, I will make sure you regret it. Izuku pushed Katsuki away before giving the bully a fierce glare. He took the girl's hand and pushed through the crowd. As soon as Izuku made it back to Kendo and Ochako, he turned to face the girl. Izuku, hey, you okay? The girl looked at Izuku with awe. But wait, something about her seemed familiar, as if they had met before. Izuku, is that you? Izuku's eyes widened in realization. Izuku, Tsuchan? Kendo face-bombed. Kendo, it took you this long to figure out it was her? Izuku, hey, I was busy defending her, not stalking her. Tsuyu held Izuku in a hug. Tsuyu, I missed you, Izuchan. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Izuku, it's good to see you too, Tsuchan. The reunited green-haired duo stood there with their arms around each other before noticing the glances they were getting. They broke apart, and Izuku smiled. Izuku, it's been so long and wow. Izuku brushed Tsuyu's hair back. Izuku, you've changed. Tsuyu smiled. Tsuyu, so did you? Before they could continue their conversation, the PA system crackled to life. Attention all students, please report to the school auditorium to begin the practical portion of the exam. Izuku clicked his tongue in frustration. Izuku, well, it looks like our conversation will have to wait. Tsuyu giggled. Tsuyu, it's unfortunate, but it was nice talking to you again, Izuku ribbit. Izuku snapped his fingers and pointed at Tsuyu in a friendly manner. Izuku, see you after the exams? Tsuyu, see you after the exams. An hour later. Izuku, you've got to be kidding me. He wiped his eyes and looked at his exam ticket again. Izuku thought, unbelievable. With a sigh, he walked down the last aisle toward an open seat right next to Katsuki. Katsuki, snarl, what are you doing here, you loser? Izuku glared at him. Izuku, relax, moron. My seat is right next to yours. He sat down. Izuku, And for the record, I'd rather sit in traffic with a BNDFLD on than next to someone so full of hot air. Katsuki seethed in anger, slamming his palm onto the desk. Katsuki. Izuku leaned closer to Katsuki. Izuku, I wouldn't do that if I were you. There are cameras all around the room. What do you think the teachers would say if they saw you picking a fight right now? Katsuki growled, realizing Izuku was right. If the teachers saw him starting trouble, he could face serious consequences. Katsuki looked away with a frustrated TSK. The lights in the auditorium dimmed as Izuku settled into his seat. The pro-hero present Mike made a grand entrance on stage, turning his back to the audience. Present Mike, what's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. He turned around to face the audience. Present Mike, come on, let me hear you. Izuku cheered in response, while the other students sat awkwardly, having missed their cue. Present Mike pointed toward Izuku. Present Mike, thank you, groovy kid with the cool glasses. I see the rest of you are keeping it mellow, huh? No worries, I'll jump right into the main show. Let's talk about how the practical exam is going to go down, okay? Present Mike struck a pose. Present Mike, are you ready? Right on cue, everyone in the auditorium cheered, following Izuku's lead. Present Mike covered his ears, overwhelmed by the noise. Present Mike, yeah. That's the spirit. He raised a hand, silencing the crowd. Present Mike, moving on, you rocking boys and girls will be conducting a 10-minute mock battle in some super cool urban settings. A diagram appeared behind Present Mike, showing the different battlefields spread out across UA. Present Mike, after I drop the mic, you'll head to your specified battle centers outlined on your exam tickets. Katsuki and Izuku glanced at their tickets. Katsuki, I see, they're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends. Izuku looked at his exam ticket and saw that he was in Battle Center B while Katsuki was in Battle Center A. Katsuki, Diamond, and here I was looking forward to taking you down. Izuku shot him a brief glare before taking out his notebook and jotting down some notes based on the exam printout. Present Mike. Okay, let's check out your targets. A diagram with 3 different robots appeared on screen. Present Mike. There are 3 types of villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so choose wisely. An RPG version of Present Mike was shown on screen, running through the mock city. Present Mike. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirks to score points by taking down these robots like a rock star. But remember, keep it heroic. Attacking other examinees is a no-go, you dig? Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. Everyone turned their attention to a blue-haired teen at the center of the crowd. Present Mike pointed at the teen. Present Mike, hit me. A spotlight shone on the boy as he pointed at the printout. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA material, it's unacceptable. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake like this is disappointing. He then pointed an accusing finger at Izuku. And you there with the red aviator sunglasses? Izuku looked up, surprised to find the blue-haired boy pointing at him. Izuku, dumbfounded, me? You've been writing in that notebook of yours this entire time. And it's disrespectful to wear sunglasses indoors. If you can't take things seriously, I suggest you leave. Izuku raised both hands innocently. Izuku, sorry man. I was writing a plan for how to handle the exam. And about the sunglasses? I can't take them off because of my quirk. But I have something to say to you too. Don't jump to conclusions without knowing what's going on first. For example, if you see a child crying in the street because they lost their parents, would you walk up to that child and tell them to be quiet because they're annoying? The same goes for this situation. Telling others to do the right thing is good, but don't make assumptions without thinking first. The auditorium fell silent after Izuku's speech. Even the blue-haired boy was speechless, embarrassed by his outburst, and chose to sit down. Present Mike, way to handle that, examinee, and thank you, examinee 7111, for your question. The 4th robot in the exam is a villain worth 0 points. It's just an obstacle in your way. However, there is an army of these at each battle center, so watch your backs. Present Mike waved his arms. Present Mike, that's all I have for you today. Good luck. Plus Ultra. 30 minutes later, Izuku was stretching at the starting line with the other examinees. Among them was Ochako, who looked extremely nervous. Izuku noticed this and immediately walked towards her, only to be stopped by the blue-haired boy from earlier. I would like to apologize for my actions. You were right, I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions like that. The boy bowed deeply. Please forgive me. Izuku waved his hands. Everyone makes mistakes, man. Don't worry about it. Why don't we put all of this behind us and start over? He reached out a hand. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The boy took his hand and shook it. I'm Tenya Ida. Izuku turned and pointed at Ochako. You see the girl with brown hair over there? The one looking a bit anxious? Tenya nodded. She seems stressed. Is she nervous about the exam? Izuku replied, she won't be able to focus during the exam if she keeps worrying about it. I'll go over there and talk to her. Tenya smiled approvingly. You are very kind, Midoriya-san. Izuku's sweat dropped. I think you're giving me too much credit, but thanks. He walked up to Ochako. You okay? Ochako yelped a little before calming down. Not really. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Izuku patted her on the shoulder. Relax, you'll do great. The first step to overcoming a challenge is to believe in yourself. Take a deep breath and remember these 4 words. I can do it. Ochako breathed in and out before looking at Izuku. As cheesy as it sounds, I think it helped. Izuku smiled. Life lessons might be cheesy, but they always tell the truth. A loud beep echoed from the gate as the examinees made their way to the starting line. Good luck, Izuku said. Good luck, Ochako replied. All right, everyone on your mark. Present Mike announced. Izuku activated both his optic blast and all for one throughout his body, red and green lightnings sparking around him. Everyone, including Present Mike, stared at Izuku in awe. The raw energy radiating from him was impressive. Go! Present Mike shouted. As soon as Izuku heard the word, he sprinted into action. Okay, I should hold back a bit so I can let the other examinees earn some points. I should also use about 5% of both One for All and Optic Blast, so I don't cause collateral damage. Izuku saw a group of 3-pointers running towards him and jumped into the air. Delaware smash, he shouted, punching a 3-pointer in the chest. The impact created a chain reaction, taking down the other 2 3-pointers. 9 points. Focusing his optic blast energy throughout his body, he ran into a nearby 2-pointer, blasting it away. He then leaped through the city buildings, using his telekinesis to crush a group of 1-pointers. He performed a backflip and landed on the head of a 3-pointer, striking its metallic surface and disabling it. 21 points. Let's keep this up. Meanwhile, the teachers were sitting in the control room, analyzing the students from different battle stations. A small creature resembling a bear, dog, and mouse walked in with a cup of coffee in its paw. This creature was Nizu, the school principal and the first animal born with a quirk. How are things going with the exams? Nizu asked. A tired-looking man with long greasy hair and an unkempt mustache glanced at him before turning back to the monitor. Pretty good if I say so myself. These examinees are showing a lot of potential. The woman sitting next to him smiled. Yes, the students are great and all, but I have a quick question for you, Aizawa. She looked deeply into his eyes. When are you going to ask me out? Aizawa lightly tapped her on the head. There is no way I'm asking out a middle-aged woman who is a pain. We're here because this is our job, so pay attention. The woman pouted. You're such a party pooper, Aizawa. Aizawa poked her on the head. Pay attention to the students, not me. Another woman laughed in the background. Ask the girl out, Aizawa. You know she'll keep this up until you crack. Shut it, Midnight. I'm already having a midlife crisis as it is, Aizawa replied. While this was happening, Nizu decided to check the scoreboard, pulling out his laptop and typing on the keyboard. He took a sip of his coffee before spitting it out. Oh, Nizu, that was hot. Midnight exclaimed. You all might want to take a look at this, Nizu said. Everyone in the room gathered around Nizu to look at the monitor. Holy cow! 500,000 points. Emi shouted. Aizawa lightly tapped Emi on the neck. Language. A tall, skinny blonde man shushed the two heroes. But still, this is unbelievable. Who is the one that collected all those points? Nizu scrolled down the screen before coming across a name. Examinee 2234, Izuku Midoriya. Everyone turned their heads to the monitor showing Battle Center B, where they saw a green-haired boy with red aviator glasses running through the streets, blasting red beams of energy from his eyes and arms. Well, I think we can all agree that Izuku Midoriya has already earned his spot here at UA, Nizu said. Aizawa looked through the database concerning examinee. Seems so. He has a perfect score on the written portion of the exam and scored the highest in the practical exam. Aizawa looked at the blonde, skinny man. He even beat your high score, All Might. Nizu laughed before making his way to the main control panel. My dear Aizawa, this is only the beginning. Let's see what the boy can do when he faces the real obstacle of this exam. It's time? Midnight. It's time, Nizu confirmed. Nizu pressed the big red button. Back at Battle Center B, Izuku minimized another three-pointer and squished it underneath his foot. A three-pointer tried to sneak up on him, but Izuku blasted it away with his optic blast. Alright, 500,600 points, that should be enough, he said to himself. Using 15% of one for all, Izuku leaped onto a nearby building. I wonder how everyone else is doing, he pondered, peering over the ledge to see the other examinees taking down the robots around the block. Tenya was kicking away a group of three-pointers, while Ochako was levitating a group of one-pointers and dropping them. Izuku enjoyed the view until he heard an explosion coming from a few kilometers away. He quickly got up and decided to investigate. Jumping off the building, he headed toward the city square, where he saw the examinees running away in fear. Run! They're coming! A girl shouted. What the heck are those things? A boy yelled, panic evident in his voice. Ida ran up to him, covered in sweat and grime. Izuku, I'm glad that you're okay, he panted, placing both hands over his knees, exhausted. What's going on? Izuku asked. Ida weakly pointed his thumb toward the city square. We were clearing out the villains when an army of zero-pointers appeared out of nowhere. Here they come, someone screamed. Izuku saw an army of giant robots heading straight toward them. They resembled Gundam models but were armed with rocket launchers and bazookas. His eyes widened in shock. Those are the zero-pointers. Why are they so huge? He yelled. Tenya looked like his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. We've got to get out of here, he shouted, waving his hands robotically. Tenya immediately ran away as fast as he could, and Izuku was about to follow when he heard a cry for help. Help! Turning around, Izuku saw Ochako lying on the ground, trapped beneath a pile of rubble. Ochako! He exclaimed, sprinting toward her while powering up both of his quirks. With ease, he lifted the rubble and carried Ochako away in a protective manner. Are you okay? He asked. Ochako shook her head. I think I twisted my ankle. Izuku ran as fast as he could, reaching the other examinees. Multiple 1, 2, and 3-pointers tried to stop them, but Izuku cleared them away using a 1-for-all enhanced optic blast. They made it to the gate, where Izuku gently lowered Ochako onto the ground. He could hear the footsteps of the zero-pointers approaching. Ida! Take Ochako and the others far away from here, he instructed. What are you planning to do, Midoriya-san? Ida asked, concern etched on his face. Izuku cracked his knuckles. Those zero-pointers will follow us no matter where we go. The only way to stop them is to destroy them. He powered 1-for-all an optic blast throughout his body, producing a fiery red glow. Everyone looked at Izuku in awe, amazed by the sheer power of his quirk. Midoriya-san, that would be reckless. There's too many of them. Ida warned fearfully. He's right, Izuku, it's too dangerous. You could get hurt. Ochako added. Izuku gave them a determined look. This is the only way. Those things will continue rampaging as long as the exam is still going on. He could see the zero-pointers racing toward them, readying their weapons. Target found, lots. the zero-pointers announced in unison. Izuku knew he had to act fast, or everyone would be in danger. We're running out of time. Ida, get everyone out of here. Ida felt an instinctive urge to trust Izuku. He had only met him today. Something about the green-haired boy made him want to believe in him. You heard the man run. Ida shouted. He turned to Izuku one last time. Good luck, Izuku. Izuku gave Ida a thumbs up as he turned to the other examinees. What are you all waiting for? Go! The examinees ran away as fast as they could out of the battle center. Ida picked up Ochako in a bridal style and used reciproburst to carry her away. Ochako cried into Ida's shoulder, begging him to go back for Izuku. Please, we can't leave Izuku behind, she sobbed. I know, but there's something about Midoriya that makes me feel this way, Tenya replied, looking at her reassuringly. I saw the will and passion of a hero in Izuku's eyes and words. He is truly someone worthy of being a hero, he added. Ochako looked back at Izuku. Please be safe, Midoriya-kun. Izuku ensured that no one was left behind before turning his attention back to the robots. He smirked. All right, you Gundam rejects, game on. Izuku powered both of his quirks to their maximum before releasing a blast that not only decimated the robots but incinerated them completely. The blast radius covered the entire city in a raging inferno. Thankfully, the students were at least 50 kilometers away thanks to their quirks, so no one was caught in the explosion. Meanwhile, all the teachers watched in shock as they saw the aftermath of the battle center. Wow, Midnight exclaimed, her eyes wide. All Might quickly chastised her. Language. The examinees came to a stop at the edge of the woods, looking back in disbelief. When they saw the battlefield, their jaws dropped. Battle Center B was gone. Midoriya! Tenya and Ochako shouted in unison. Ochako frantically looked at Ida. We have to go back. Ida, he could be hurt. Tenya, Ochako, and the other examinees hurriedly made their way back to the battle center, or what remained of it. Once they arrived, they were left speechless. In the center of the giant crater, Izuku stood in a superhero landing position, still surrounded by a shimmering energy. Izuku looked up, spotted Tenya and Ochako, and waved. Everyone stared in awe as he climbed out of the crater. Phew, I wanted to test my quirk at 20% for that final blow, Izuku said, but I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Everyone was in shock. They thought, you mean he was holding back 80% of his power? Fear and amazement washed over them. The teachers monitoring the cameras outside the stadium were equally astonished. They might have stood there in a daze all day if it weren't for a certain someone who strolled by. Very nice, good work all around. You're heroes in my eyes, every single one of you, an elderly lady with a cane said, holding out a bag of gummies. Thank you, ma'am, one boy said, graciously accepting a gummy bear. Another boy pointed towards her. That lady is the heart of you. The old lady approached Ochako, Tenya, and Izuku. Is anyone here hurt? Izuku snapped his fingers in realization. Oh, right, I forgot to ask you, he said, looking at Ochako. How's your leg doing? Ochako glanced down and gasped at the sight of her bruised and scraped leg. Oh my, that's quite an injury, the old lady said, placing a hand over her mouth. I can fix that, Izuku offered. He stepped forward and placed a hand on Ochako's injured leg as a warm, comforting energy began to radiate from him. Ochako let out a small yelp, but soon felt a soothing sensation wash over her. Everyone watched in awe as Ochako's wounds began to fade away. In an instant, the injury on her leg was gone. No way, he has a healing quirk too? One girl exclaimed. Is there anything he can't do? Another added. My goodness, the old lady said, looking down at Izuku, who was still kneeling. That's quite a quirk you have. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, feeling shy. Thank you. I know we're going off topic here, but who's the old lady? One boy asked, looking shocked. You don't know her? The foreign-looking boy exclaimed. She's the youth heroine recovery girl. Her quirk is an overdose of healing power. She's the reason UA can hold these reckless exams. Why don't you come by my office sometimes? Maybe I can give you tips on using that healing quirk of yours, Recovery Girl suggested. Izuku nodded. I'll keep that in mind and thank you for the offer. She placed a few gummies in his hands. An hour later, Izuku found himself surrounded by a crowd of examinees, all eager to ask him questions. Hey, aren't you the guy from the sludge villain incident? One boy asked. I thought I recognized him, a girl said. What kind of quirk do you have? Another boy inquired. Is it an emitter type or a healing type? A girl asked. Can I get your autograph? One boy shouted. I want his eyeballs, another girl exclaimed. Hey, back off. He's mine, a girl shouted. Are you single? Someone else asked. People were pushing in close, and Izuku felt overwhelmed. He could have sworn someone pinched him. Izuku felt like he was going to cry. Someone get me out of here, he thought desperately. Just then, a hand grabbed his and pulled him away from the crowd. This story is about Izuku's childhood in America and takes place before Red-Eye Deku. Chapter end. Relief washed over Izuku after finally escaping the chaotic mob. The Optic Blast user and his green-haired savior had been running for the past hour and finally lost them when they reached Central Park. His savior stood next to him, leaning against the wall of the public bathroom. Did we lose them? She asked, panting. Izuku peered around the corner and saw that the crowd had rushed past the park. Yeah, we lost them. The girl had silky green hair, large eyes, and was wearing a green tracksuit. Your popularity never ceases to impress me, Izu. I'm just glad that I'm not the one attracting this much attention, she said with a playful ribbit. Trust me, I've been through worse, Izuku replied, stretching his back as he turned to his savior. Anyways, thanks again for saving me, Tsu. Tsuyu Azui croaked in response, anytime, ribbit. Tsuyu placed her index finger on her chin. Although you could repay me with dinner. How about we go out for some pizza? She tilted her head and gave him her best pleading puppy dog eyes, a look Izuku found impossible to resist. All right, let's go, he said, and together they made their way out of the park, past the woods, and down the streets toward Dagoba Beach. So, I heard that Samidare signed up for the talent show, Izuku mentioned. So you shook her head, clearly exasperated. I swear, Samidare is getting more obsessed with playing guitar than studying, ribbit. Izuku let out a laugh. Well, Samidare is just being a kid. Let him have his fun. Besides, I think he'll be a great guitar player if he keeps practicing. Tsuyu laughed. I hope so. He's even thinking about growing out his hair to look like a rock star. She used air quotes when she said rock star. Izuku chuckled, but his laughter was cut short when he noticed a sandy-haired kid standing by the beach, holding a girl by her hair. Beside him was a brown-haired girl with a wicked grin and a blonde kid with a mischievous smile. Please, leave me alone, the girl pleaded. The blonde-haired kid laughed as he pushed the girl toward the brown-haired girl, who slapped her away. What's the matter? I thought you were supposed to be elite, not a prissy know-it-all. I can't believe they let someone like her join you. Those teachers must be crazy, the brown-haired girl sneered. Tsuyu growled when she recognized the brown-haired girl. Saryu. Izuku's expression hardened as he recognized the sandy-haired kid. Katsuki. What's the matter, can't get up? Katsuki taunted, setting off a small explosion while slapping the girl hard across the cheek. She whimpered in pain, holding her cheek as Katsuki, Saryu, and the other blonde kid laughed. Ah, did Mr. Big and Scary give you a boo-boo? The blonde boy mocked, grabbing the girl by her hair and tossing her into the sand. Geez, what a loser, he added, and the trio erupted into laughter while Izuku and Tsuyu glared at them with rage. The girl fell to the ground, crying. Help me, she whimpered. Hearing those words, Izuku instinctively sprang into action. He rushed toward Katsuki and delivered a solid punch to his jaw, targeting a pressure point. Katsuki let out a painful groan before collapsing onto the sand, momentarily stunned. Deku! You dirty, he began, but Izuku kneed him in the gut, effectively knocking him out. Saryu flashed a sadistic grin. Well, if it isn't Salad Head and his froggy loser sidekick. She reached into her backpack. Koro, time to take care of this. A small dog-like creature jumped out of her pack, transforming into a giant metal sword. Seiryu let out a wild laugh, her eyes narrowing at Izuku. Die! She yelled, sprinting toward him while swinging her weapon. Izuku used his agility to dodge her attacks with ease. You should have minded your own business. Now it's time for you to disappear, Seiryu shouted, her sword piercing the surf as Izuku narrowly avoided her strikes. Resistance is futile. Justice will prevail. I will restore Katsuki's honor, she declared. Izuku scoffed, countering her weapon with a burst of power in his forearms. First of all, a guy like Katsuki doesn't have honor, brains, or morals. He's just a walking sack of egoism and narcissism. He blocked Seiryu's attacks one after the other. Secondly, has anyone told you that you look and act like a villain? Realizing her attacks were ineffective, Seiryu called off Koro and pulled out a handgun, firing a few rounds at Izuku. Take that back right now, she shouted. Izuku somersaulted into the air to evade the bullets. Come to think of it, that might be a suitable nickname for you. I mean, if Katsuki is a villain, then that would make you his sidekick. Tick marks appeared on Seiryu's forehead as her anger boiled over. Dodge this, she screamed, charging at him. Koro rushed to its master and transformed into Seiryu's handgun, morphing it into a bazooka. Seiryu's laughter echoed across the beach as she unleashed a barrage of ammunition. Tsuyu, witnessing the scene, stared at her former bully in disbelief. Are you insane? You'll hurt him, Tsuyu exclaimed. Katsuki, who had just regained consciousness, burst into laughter. Go for it, Seiryu. Show him what you've got. Izuku observed the brunette, analyzing her movements. Thought. From what I can gather, her quirk enhances her speed, strength, and accuracy. The dog-like creature I saw earlier was strange, but I can work with this. Speaking of the dog, Koro launched itself toward Izuku, its sharp teeth bared. Izuku powered up 5% of One for All in his right hand and punched the creature with such force that it soared across the beach, breaking the sound barrier before crashing into the pier. Koro! Seiryu shouted, glaring at Izuku with fury. Monoma, I could use some help here. The blonde boy, known as Monoma, leaped over Seiryu's shoulder and unleashed a powerful explosion that shook the ground. Got him! Tsuyu gasped as the explosion enveloped her childhood friend. Izuku! Monoma chuckled, what a loser, he should've, but he didn't finish his sentence before being blasted away by a surge of energy. He collapsed onto the sand, unconscious. Seiryu glared at her two friends, frustration evident. Do I have to do everything myself? She turned her wrath toward Izuku. Who do you think you are, barging in and hurting my friends? Seiryu's glare intensified. I'm giving you one last chance to surrender, or I'll give you a haircut you won't forget. Izuku bristled, an intense aura radiating from him. What did you say about my hair? Tsuyu winced. She shouldn't have said that. Izuku took a menacing step forward. What did you say about my hair? Seiryu took a step back, realizing her mistake. There are 3 things you should never do when facing someone like me. He stepped closer. 1. Never talk badly about others, especially those I care about. Izuku powered up his Optic blast quirk. 2. Never insult my hair. He amplified his quirk. 3. Never make me angry. With a powerful blast, he sent Seiryu flying into the ocean with a tremendous boom. Tsuyu and the girl beside her watched in awe. Incredible. Later, Tsuyu and the girl stood awkwardly on the beach as a shirtless Izuku dragged Seiryu's unconscious body back to shore. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the sand after swimming far out to retrieve her. Tsuyu thought, I wouldn't have minded if he left her out there. Tsuyu and Momo, both gazing at Izuku's well-defined physique, fainted with blood rushing to their faces. Izuku, noticing them, looked concerned. Hey, are you guys okay? Tsuyu raised a trembling hand. Aizu, please put your shirt back on. I can't handle this. The other girl nodded. I've never seen such a perfect physique before. I think my heart might burst. Realizing he was still shirtless, Izuku quickly grabbed his t-shirt and hoodie, blushing as he turned away from the girls. Sorry. Brushed off the sand from his pants and helped the girls up. You guys okay? Tsuyu nodded, while Momo remained silent. Izuku approached Momo and gently wiped the sand from her cheek, causing her to squeak in surprise. Suddenly, she felt a warm sensation as the burn marks from earlier faded away. That's better. We wouldn't want any scars on that pretty face, would we? Izuku said with a smile. Momo blushed, while Tsuyu silently pouted. My name's Izuku Midoriya. What's yours? Momo looked at him, feeling comforted. And Momo Yayorozu. Izuku smiled warmly before glancing at Katsuki and his friends, then back at Momo. Sorry you had to go through that. Katsuki's antics keep getting crazier every time I see him. Momo replied, It's okay. You have nothing to apologize for, he and his friends were just being bullies. Izuku noticed a small golden badge glinting on the left side of Momo's white tracksuit. Izuku, hey, I recognize that badge. It's one of those badges that recommended first-year students at UA wear. Tsuyu gasped. Tsuyu, you mean you got accepted to UA through recommendations? Momo nodded. Momo, please. But I'm not exactly proud of it. Izuku frowned at this. Izuku, what do you? Izuku was interrupted by a loud grumble from someone's stomach. Izuku and Tsuyu exchanged awkward glances at Momo. Momo, sorry. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast. I got so caught up in my schedule and entrance exams that I skipped lunch. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. Izuku, want to join us? We were just about to grab some pizza on the way home. Momo's eyes lit up as she grabbed both of Izuku's hands. Momo, can I? Izuku nodded. Izuku, sure. With that, the trio headed to the pizza parlor. An hour later. Izuku, and that's why I think Katsuki, Bakugo, is the world's greatest JRK. Izuku, Tsuyu, and Momo sat at a table outside the parlor, sharing a pan of Hawaiian pizza. Momo, wow, I never knew that Katsuki person was such a JRK. Tsuyu shook her head. Tsuyu. He used to bully me and Izuku back in kindergarten. That guy is pure trouble. Momo shook her head. Momo, man, you guys had it rough. Katsuki kind of reminds me of someone I knew back at my old school named Shinji Met. He was really unpleasant, cruel, manipulative, and lacking any sense of decency. Izuku, that pretty much sums up Katsuki's personality. The trio burst out laughing. Suddenly, Tsuyu's phone buzzed, breaking the moment. Tsuyu tilted her head. Karo? She looked at her phone and saw a text message from her mother. Tsuyu, hey guys, what time is it? Izuku glanced at the wall clock. Izuku, it's 7 o'clock, why? Tsuyu slapped her hands to her head. Oh no. I have to pick up my little sister from kindergarten. She quickly left some money on the table and rushed to the door. Tsuyu, thanks for the pizza, you guys. I'll see you later. As Tsuyu hurried out, Momo suddenly remembered something. Momo, oh no. I forgot I was supposed to be home by 7 o'clock for violin lessons. Momo jumped out of her seat and pulled out some bills. Momo, here's my share, I'll see you later, Izuku. She dashed out of the restaurant. Izuku couldn't help but sweat drop. Izuku thought, I feel like I should say something, but the words aren't coming to me. A moment later, Momo returned to the parlor and slipped a small note into Izuku's hand before leaving. Izuku opened the note and saw 2 words and a phone number. Call me, XXXXXXXX. Izuku felt a rush of excitement. Izuku, man, what is it with me and my luck with girls? Later. Izuku was walking home with a couple of groceries from the supermarket. Izuku, phew, what a day. It had been exhausting. Not only had he gained recognition from his peers, but he also had the chance to stand up to Bakugo. Izuku took out the note Momo had given him and smiled. Izuku, I can't believe a girl like her would give me her number. Then again, he recalled a memory from when he was studying abroad in America during 3rd grade. There was an event at school called the annual Los Angeles Junior Hip Hop Tournament. 6 years ago, 9-year-old Izuku Midoriya stood on a stage, wearing an oversized white jacket with red stripes and white track pants. Next to him was Lee Ping, a Korean immigrant with red and black hair, who lowered his oversized cap over his eyes. Izuku remembered staring at a brown-haired girl with twin tails, who smiled competitively at him. Her twin sister, Wendy, looked at Lee with a shy wave. Her name was Maxine Baker, known as Max, And Wendy was both a rapper and a bassist. Izuku recalled looking at Max with determination. Izuku, hey DJ. Let's get it. A muscular 16-year-old with a white cap and a green muscle shirt nodded at Izuku. Izuku and Lee began bouncing up and down while shifting from side to side. Izuku, you should know that Criss Cross isn't having anything today. Lee, as we stand here totally crossed out, we start to make you. Izuku and Lee, jump, jump. They jump together. Izuku, the Mac Dad will make you jump, jump. They jumped again. Lee, Daddy Mac will make you jump, jump. They jumped once more. Izuku and Lee, Criss Cross will make you jump, jump. They leaped again. Izuku, don't try to compare us to another fleeting trend. I'm the Mac, and I'm here to give you something you've never had. I'll make you bounce, wiggle, and shake it all around, because I bring the energy that makes you want to jump. Izuku performed a split before spinning down in a smooth motion. Lee, how high? Real high, 'cause I'm just so fly. A young, lovable, huggable type of guy. And everything is to the back with a little slack. 'Cause inside out is wiggity, wiggity, wiggity whack. Izuku got into a handstand and shook his body along with the music. I come stompin', with something pumpin', to keep you jumpin'. Ranby, rapping is what I'm bringing. Ain't nothing weak about Criss Cross, we're all that. So when they ask, do they rock? Say, believe that. Lee did a cartwheel before doing hand hops with ease. Jump, jump. The Mac Dad will make you jump, jump. At this point, everyone in the gymnasium was jumping up and down along with Max and Wendy. Daddy Mac will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Criss Cross will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. The Mac Dad will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Daddy Mac will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Criss Cross will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. My stuff knockin'. Izuku punched the air in front of him as Lee did the same. I love it when a girl is cheering. Lee placed a hand onto the ground before flipping his legs laterally upwards. The DACC. Yeah, you know me. I got you jumpin' and bumpin' and movin' all around. Izuku and Lee jumped and did another crisscross. In the mix, I make you take a step back. They try to step to the Mac, then they get pushed back. To the back, you'll be Fortin again, is that coincidental? And like you know it, don't be claiming that it's mental. Izuku pointed his index finger to his temple before pulling it back, pretending to fall dramatically and then jumping back up. Two little kids with a flow you ain't ever heard. And none faking, you can understand every word. As you listen to my cool, smooth melody, the daddy makes you GUMP. Izuku glanced at Max, who was now smiling brightly. Jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. The Mac Dad will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Daddy Mac will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Criss Cross will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. The Mac Dad will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Daddy Mac will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Criss Cross will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Now, the formalities of this and that is that Criss Cross ain't coming off weak. And for all y'all who don't know, check it out. Lee did a moonwalk before flipping himself upside down. Some of them try to rhyme but they can't rhyme like this. Lee bounced on the floor upside down before flipping himself back up. Some of them try to rhyme but they can't rhyme like this. Izuku and Lee pumped their fists into the air as they jumped along with the rhythm. 'Cause I'm the Migida Mac Daddy. Izuku and Lee pumped their fists into the air as they jumped. Migida Mac. Izuku and Lee pumped their fists into the air as they jumped. 'Cause I'm the Migida Mac Daddy. Izuku and Lee pumped their fists into the air as they jumped. Lee did a cartwheel before doing a fun dance move. I make you wanna jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. The Mac Dad will make you jump, jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Daddy Mac will make you jump jump. Criss-cross will make you jump jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Jump jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. The Mac Dad will make you jump jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Daddy Mac will make you jump jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Criss-cross will make you jump jump. Everyone jumped along with the beats. Believe that. Izuku and Lee finished the song with a head spin and fun dance moves. The crowd went wild as the music finally came to a stop. Max and Wendy looked at the boys with admiration. DJ stepped out of the music booth and clapped. I think we have our winner for this year's hip-hop battle. DJ raised both Izuku and Lee's arms. Let's hear it for our amazing duo, Izuku and Lee. The crowd erupted in cheers as Max and Wendy made their way towards the two boys. Congratulations, you two! Max exclaimed. You won! Wendy added, clapping her hands. Max reached out a hand toward Izuku, who took it, but suddenly, Max leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Izuku stood there, momentarily stunned. What just happened? Max stepped back, realizing what she had done. Wait, did I just? Oh no! Lee waved a hand in front of Izuku's eyes. Izuku? Izuku? Talk to me, buddy. Wendy looked at her twin sister in surprise before frowning. No fair. Lee and I haven't even shared a kiss yet. Lee turned to Wendy, bewildered. Wait, what? Before he could finish, Wendy playfully spun him around to face her. Wait, what are you? Lee started, but Wendy cupped his cheeks and pressed her lips to his in a quick, surprising kiss. When they pulled apart, Lee looked stunned. Yay, I kissed Lee! Wendy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The two stood there, wide-eyed, taking in the moment. Wendy then pulled out a marker from her pocket and wrote a phone number on Lee's hand. Max, watching the scene unfold, let out a resigned sigh. Might as well. He took out a pen and jotted a number on Izuku's hand. Call me. Yeah, me too. Wendy chimed in enthusiastically. Presently, Izuku shuddered at the memory. Thought, the kids at school didn't leave me alone until graduation. It's no wonder my relationships with girls became so complicated after that. As he walked by a small arcade where he and Kendo used to hang out after school, Izuku checked his pockets and found some leftover change from his grocery trip. I guess I could play a couple of rounds before heading home, he decided. Izuku entered the arcade and headed straight for a game called Drumheller, eager to start drumming on the makeshift drums. DJ looked through the jukebox and pulled out a CD that Izuku had made himself. He placed the disc into the music player, and a steady beat echoed across the gymnasium as the kids began to bob their heads along with the music. A crowd started forming around Izuku, who was impressing everyone with his skills. Some even took pictures. A girl with dark green hair and large reptile-like eyes pushed her way to the front of the crowd and noticed that Izuku was achieving an impressive high score. Thought, oh ho, this is interesting. After finishing the final round with a perfect score of 500,000 points, Izuku stepped away from the game to a standing ovation. Hey you! Izuku turned to see the girl at the front of the crowd. You're pretty good. Want to take me on? The crowd gasped as they recognized her. It's her. The girl who holds the top high score on every game in the arcade. Setsuna Tokage. Dude, she's really impressive. It makes you wonder what someone like her is doing in a place like this. Setsuna approached Izuku with a confident grin. Setsuna, I challenge you to a round of Drumheller. If I win, you can never return to this arcade. The audience gasped in shock. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Izuku, and if I win? Setsuna grinned. Setsuna, you get to go out on a date with me. Izuku shrugged. Izuku, okay deal. Izuku and Setsuna stood in front of the game, each taking their respective batons. Izuku, ready? Setsuna, baby, was born ready. The game began. An hour later, the tension in the arcade rose as the two players continued to hit the makeshift drums, neither backing down. Setsuna, exhausted, man, you're really good. Izuku, you too. Izuku ended the final round with a drum solo so impressive that it left the crowd in awe. Setsuna was taken aback. No one had ever played a drum solo like that before. Izuku smiled as sweat dripped from his brow. Setsuna, muttering, incredible. Izuku, who heard her, simply smiled back. Izuku, you weren't bad yourself. Setsuna's heart raced as she stood there, captivated by Izuku's presence. Izuku, thanks. I haven't had this much fun since my jam sessions with my bandmates. Setsuna was amazed. Setsuna, you're in a band? Izuku nodded. Izuku, I used to be, until I decided to come back to Japan to enroll in UA+. I promised a few friends I'd return. He took out his phone and handed it to her. Izuku, since it's getting late, how about I take your number? We can arrange a date later this week. Setsuna nodded eagerly. Setsuna, I'd love to. After exchanging numbers, Izuku turned to leave but was suddenly blocked by a group of girls. He smiled nervously as he tried to move aside, but they followed his every move. Izuku. He quickly ran away, unaware that someone had witnessed the entire event and captured photographic evidence. Later, Izuku sighed. Izuku, what is it with my luck with girls? He walked home in worn clothes, carrying heavy grocery bags. Izuku, I still can't believe that last girl tried to grab my pants. His legs felt like jelly from all the running. Izuku, but still, that Setsuna Tokage girl is something. Maybe I should start a band with her. Well, it looked like you two were having a lot of fun. Izuku turned around to see a familiar redhead with a playful expression. Kendo, hey Izuku, nervously, hey Kendo. How's it going? Kendo playfully squeezed his shoulder. Kendo, Izuku? Can you please check your cell phone? She looked at him with a sweet smile, but there was a hint of seriousness in her gaze. Izuku turned on his phone and saw a flood of missed calls and messages. Izuku, oh right. I forgot we were supposed to walk home together after the exam. Kendo inched closer to him. Kendo, you owe me. In a moment of panic, Izuku resorted to running. He tried to escape, but Kendo caught him by the arm. Kendo, I don't think so, Roadrunner. Well, Coyote says we need some alone time. Izuku, nervously, but it's already late. I have to get home. Kendo, don't worry about it. I told your mom you're staying over at my place for dinner. She wrapped her arm around his shoulder. Kendo, tell you what, you can make it up to me by playing Overwatch at my place. Izuku groaned, realizing this was going to be a long night. Izuku and Itsuka sat in Kendo's apartment, playfully trash-talking each other while playing Overwatch. Kendo, get ready to eat my dust, Midoriya. Izuku smirked. Izuku, in your dreams. As he played as Genji, he fired another ninja star at one of the avatars on screen, taking them down instantly. Izuku, you're out, Tetsu. Elsewhere. Somewhere across town, a silver-haired boy was fuming in front of his monitor when he realized that his avatar had been defeated, again. Gah, darn you, Izuku. The boy tossed his headsets aside and pounded his fist against his bedroom wall repeatedly. Tetsu. What on earth is going on in there? The boy froze, making an oh no expression. Tetsu, nothing, Dad. I just got a little too into it. He heard laughter coming from the other room. Haha, you're such a daddy's boy. What are you, his little pet? Tetsu's face flushed as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Tetsu, oh yeah? At least I'm not the one who shamelessly walks around half-dressed in public. Be quiet, you metal-faced daddy's boy. Tetsu, no, you be quiet, you middle-aged troublemaker. The voice erupted in laughter. Says the guy who had an embarrassing moment after watching something he shouldn't have. Tetsu's face twisted with frustration. Tetsu, shut up. He yelled at the wall. No, you shut up. The voice boomed back. Tetsu, no you. Tetsu shouted even louder. You. Tetsu clenched his fists, taking a fighting stance. Tetsu, all right, you want a piece of me? Come and get me, you oversized bully. I'm not going anywhere. Suddenly, Tetsu's door burst open as his muscular older sister stood over him, visibly furious. Tetsu looked up, squeaking in fear. Tetsu, hello. Back to Izuku. Izuku was furiously pressing buttons as Genji started to close in on another player. Izuku, happily, We're going to win. Just as he was about to fire his ninja star at one of Kendo's teammates, Kendo, Psyche. Kendo, playing as Lena Oxton, appeared out of nowhere and fired her blasters, taking down Izuku's avatar on screen. Izuku's eyes widened. Izuku, it's an ambush. Everyone fall back. But it was too late. Kendo's teammates overwhelmed the rest of Izuku's team, claiming another victory moments later. Kendo, 15 wins in a row. Go me! Kendo did a playful victory dance around Izuku, reminiscent of a silly character from a movie. Izuku let out a groan as he set down the controls. Izuku, oh man. We played for an entire hour, and you beat me every single time. Kendo cracked her knuckles and stretched her arms. Kendo, I know, I'm awesome. Izuku couldn't help but smile while shaking his head. Izuku thought, well, at least she's happy. The cuckoo clock in Kendo's living room chirped, signaling that it was close to midnight. Izuku yawned and stretched his arms. Izuku, it's getting pretty late, I should probably start heading home. Kendo nodded. Kendo, okay, do you want me to take you to the station? Izuku rolled his eyes. Izuku, I'm sure I can walk home by myself, thank you very much. Kendo smirked and hugged Izuku. Kendo, okay, see you tomorrow. Izuku smiled as he walked out the door. Izuku, right back at you. As he made his way down the hall, an orange-haired 6-year-old glomped him. Happily, good night, Izuku Oniai-chan. Izuku chuckled and patted the orange-haired girl on the head. Izuku, good night, Izumi. Izumi squeezed Izuku's waist. Izumi, pouting, do you have to go? Why not spend the night? Izuku swept Izumi off her feet and carried her like a princess. Izuku, nah, if I did, you wouldn't go to sleep. Izuku gently placed Izumi on her bed. Izuku, maybe next time. He kissed Izumi on the forehead before leaving. Izumi waved a little before tucking herself into bed. Kendo finished cleaning up in the living room when she noticed a couple of grocery bags lying on the ground. Kendo let out a sigh. Kendo, I hope he didn't go too far. 30 minutes later. Izuku strolled through the neighborhood with his hands in his pockets, admiring the bright city lights. Izuku, I'm beat. Who knew Kendo had so much energy? He paused to gaze at the night sky. Izuku, well, I guess that's one of the reasons I like her. Izuku chuckled as he continued on his way home. Izuku, man, it is pretty late. I wonder if... His thoughts were interrupted when something small and white rushed out of a nearby alleyway and collided with him. Izuku, oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Are you okay? Looking down, he saw a girl, half his size, with dirty white hair, striking red eyes, and a hospital gown with bandages on her arms. Izuku, are you hurt? Izuku reached out his hand, but the girl flinched in fear. She stared at Izuku for a moment before tackling him and squeezing his waist. Fearfully, please help me. The girl desperately hugged Izuku, who was helplessly confused. Please, don't let him take me. Izuku frowned. Izuku thought, who is this girl? What is going on here? Izuku heard footsteps coming from the alleyway where the girl had just run out. He then saw a tall, lean man with a beak-shaped mask on his face walking out of the alleyway. The man was wearing a green tan jacket and black clothing, giving Izuku and Eri a blank stare. Eri, there you are. Geez, stop running, will you? Izuku looked at the girl, who was now holding his hand, shaking like a leaf. The man approached Izuku with cold, unfeeling eyes. I'm sorry for my daughter's rude behavior. We were playing tag when she suddenly ran away. The man looked at the girl. Eri, we're going home. Izuku's spine began to chill. The man's face looked familiar, but where had he seen it? Izuku tried to remember where he had seen this man while Eri squeezed his hand tighter. Izuku thought, there is something off about this guy. I don't know what it is, but I sure don't like it. Izuku stared into Eri's eyes and saw that she was so scared he could practically feel it in his heart. Izuku thought, more importantly, why is Eri so scared of this guy? Izuku heard Eri mumble something, but it was too quiet for him to hear. Izuku whisper, come again. Eri whisper, he's not my dad. Izuku's blood turned cold. The man beckoned. Come on, Eri. We're going home. Eri stared at the man with fearful eyes as her grip tightened around Izuku's wrist. Izuku looked at the man one more time, and then everything clicked. He remembered seeing the man's face on a wanted poster in his neighborhood a few years back. His name was Now. Eri flinched at the man's commanding voice. She almost walked over to him when Izuku pulled her back. He now remembered where he had seen this man. He was the leader of the most dangerous Yakuza gang in Japan, the leader of the 8 Precepts of Death, Kai Chisaki, aka Overhaul. Izuku glared at the crime lord. Izuku, you're not taking her. Overhaul raised an eyebrow. Overhaul, she's my daughter. Izuku held Eri protectively in his arms. Izuku, yelling, yeah, sure, she is. Do you think I would fall for that excuse? You're not fooling anyone, Kai Chisaki. Overhaul let out a dark chuckle. Overhaul, oh, you know about me? Overhaul cracked his knuckles. Overhaul, then you already know that you're not leaving here. Overhaul placed a hand against the concrete walls, which began to disintegrate and reform into solid clubs. Overhaul, prepare to face the consequences. Overhaul charged towards Izuku at full speed. Seeing this, Izuku powered one for all at 20% and covered his legs with his optic blast energy. Izuku dodged Overhaul's attack and kicked him hard in the back. Overhaul stumbled, landing in a nearby garbage pile. He quickly used his quirk to mend his injuries. Overhaul, impressive. Overhaul launched himself towards Izuku, who moved out of the way. Overhaul touched the earth beneath him, which transformed into a series of columns. Overhaul moved his arm forward, releasing multiple concrete tendrils from the columns. Overhaul, growling, give me my daughter. Izuku smirked as he dodged the man's assault with ease, even using one of the tendrils to push Overhaul back. Izuku, you're slow, old man. Izuku wrapped his arms around Eri as 6 red tendrils began to form around his back. By excreting his optic blast energy through the pores of his body, Izuku created artificial limbs, like he was doing now. The tendrils slowly encased Eri in a protective cocoon while leaving her arms free so she could hang on to Izuku. Izuku, just hang on, okay? I'll get us out of this mess. Eri shyly nodded. The tendrils squeezed Eri close to Izuku as he leaped onto the roof of a nearby building. Izuku, I have to take this fight somewhere else, or someone is bound to get hurt. Overhaul disintegrated the floor beneath him, and 6 concrete arms sprang towards Izuku's direction. Izuku dodged some of them while destroying others using both One for All and his optic blast. He leaped from roof to roof, coming up with a plan to handle Overhaul. Izuku turned and saw the Yakuza boss charging at him, turning some of the tiles on the roof he was standing on into giant spikes. Izuku narrowly dodged the oncoming attacks, somersaulting into the air and quickly using both his optic blast and One for All to levitate. Eri hugged Izuku as tightly as she could while he fired his optic blasts. Overhaul dodged the boy's assault, disintegrating a nearby cement column and turning his arms into massive concrete appendages. Overhaul tried to jab Izuku in the stomach, but Izuku evaded and punched Chisaki across the jaw. Izuku then unleashed his optic blast energy while channeling One for All to transform it into telekinetic energy. Overhaul attempted to escape but found himself caught in a swirling red vortex. Izuku swung Overhaul around before launching him into the mountains. Without hesitation, Izuku jumped after him. Chisaki landed harshly on the rocky terrain as Izuku landed beside him. You're finished. Give up. Izuku declared. Overhaul rose to his feet, disintegrating the earth beneath him and reshaping it into makeshift catapults. Make me, he challenged. Overhaul launched a barrage of giant earth ball at Izuku, who finally deduced the nature of Overhaul's quirk. Izuku swiftly dodged the assault and blasted the catapults with his optic blast. Thought. His quirk allows him to destroy anything he touches and reshape it into whatever he wants. Izuku leaped through the trees, evading Overhaul's attacks. He landed on the ground, adrenaline coursing through him. The 2 opponents locked eyes, neither moving. Thought, okay, I figured out what his quirk is, I just need to find a way to beat him. Izuku glanced toward Eri, who watched him nervously. He smiled reassuringly. Eri, everything's going to be okay. I won't let this guy take you, even if it costs me my life. Eri blushed slightly and gave a shy nod. Overhaul chuckled. I applaud your bravery, little one. You're putting up quite a fight. Izuku smirked. Thanks, you're not bad yourself. The two circled each other, searching for an opening. Overhaul sent a wave of earth to crush Izuku, but he disintegrated it with his optic blast. Overhaul then tried to launch a barrage of rocky fists, but Izuku dodged them while carrying Eri on his back. Overhaul glared. You're starting to get on my nerves. He smirked. But I have to admit, you are quite a challenge. Overhaul disintegrated the ground beneath him, forming armor. He pointed at Izuku. But before you fall, I want to know your name. Izuku glared back. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not going to die here today. Overhaul raised an eyebrow. And why is that? Simple. I made a promise to Eri that I will protect her, and I intend to keep it. Overhaul smirked. Is that so? Well then, prepare to meet your end, Izuku Midoriya. Both charged at each other, Izuku powering up to 20% of one for all while Chisaki raised his large forearm. Their fists collided with a tremendous impact, sending a shockwave that devastated the forest and roused everyone in the city. A news helicopter hovered over the scene, capturing the fight between Izuku and Overhaul. The Yakuza leader, Kai Chisaki, is engaged in combat with a teenage boy who appears to be carrying a child on his back. The reporter watched as Izuku fired his optic blast and Chisaki countered with an earth shield. Chisaki sent a wave of earth toward Izuku, who used one for all to blast it away. This fight is incredible, the newscaster exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face. Please, control yourself, her colleague urged. Across Japan, viewers were glued to their screens, some anxious, some thrilled, and others worried for Izuku. Meanwhile, Tsuyu watched the fight on TV, gripping her Pokemon plushie tightly, filled with concern for Izuku. Momo cowered under her blanket, watching the fight unfold on her phone. Kendo, watching in the town square, was slack-jawed at the spectacle. Setsuna smiled nervously as she observed the fight on her computer. Ochako stared at her screen, nervously munching on an entire bag of mochi. Back to Izuku, Chisaki scratched his neck in frustration, glaring at Izuku with annoyance. He was being outmatched by a kid, and he didn't like it one bit. You're starting to bug me, Overhaul said, firing a column of earth at Izuku, who countered with a powerful roundhouse kick enhanced by one for all. Why won't you just give up? Overhaul shouted. Izuku glared back. As I told you before, I'm not going to die here. I'm going to defeat you right here and now. Chisaki laughed, reaching into his pocket. You've got guts, kid, I'll give you that. He pulled out a small test tube, glaring at Izuku. However, I'm running out of patience. This fight ends now. Overhaul twisted off the lid. You are going to regret this. Izuku powered one for all to 50% around his legs and rushed toward Chisaki, kicking the tube out of his hand. He caught a glimpse of the label, one for all two. The contents spilled onto Izuku, drenching his upper body. Overhaul stared in shock as his secret weapon was destroyed. What have you done? Overhaul exclaimed. Izuku felt a sudden surge of power within him, as if he had received a massive boost. He focused both one for all and his optic blast into his eyes. Take this! Izuku shouted. He fired an optic blast so powerful that it not only knocked Overhaul unconscious but also caused a massive explosion that destroyed the mountain and the forest, sending tremors through the entire city. Izuku paled when he saw the damage he had caused. He laughed nervously while Eri trembled slightly in his arms. Ah, well, at least no one saw that, he said, but then noticed a light shining above him. His eyes widened as he realized the news helicopter was flying overhead. Suddenly, he understood that everyone in Japan had witnessed the fight. He groaned and face-bombed. Oh boy! Izuku was currently standing in Mizutofu General Hospital, holding Eri close. A few moments later, Inko, Tsuyu, and Kendo rushed into the building, with Inko leading the charge. What were you thinking? Inko shouted, her voice filled with concern. Inko lightly pushed Izuku, causing him to stumble slightly while still holding Eri. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he quickly flipped himself over to ensure Eri wasn't hurt. After sending Overhaul to prison, Izuku endured a lengthy lecture from his mother, Kendo, and Tsuyu about running into danger again. Seriously, how could you be so irresponsible? I understand you wanted to save Eri, but you should have been more careful. Inko exclaimed. She's right, Kendo added. You left your groceries at my apartment, and while I was out looking for you, I saw you on live TV fighting Overhaul. Tsuyu shook her head, clearly upset. You made us worry. I couldn't even. Izuku wasn't listening. He stared in amazement as the three women continued to lecture him. Wow, these people are worse than Gordon Ramsay and Simon Cowell combined, he thought. Eri was shaking in Izuku's arms, staring at the three angry women before sobbing softly into his shoulder. Oh, now look what you did. You made her cry. Izuku said, slightly annoyed. He gently patted Eri on the back. It's okay. They're angry at me, not you. The three women paused, noticing Eri's tears, and their expressions softened. Sorry, Eri, Tsuyu said gently. I guess we got a little carried away, Kendo admitted. Yeah, sorry, Inko added. Izuku continued to comfort Eri, and after a few minutes, she calmed down and returned to hugging him tightly. A nurse approached with a clipboard in hand. Mr. Izuku Midoriya, she called. Izuku raised his hand in response and followed the nurse into a room. Eri squeaked a little when she saw the operating table and the various medical equipment. It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of, Eri, Izuku reassured her, feeling her. Cling to him tightly. Hey, I won't let anything happen to you, he promised. Eri looked into Izuku's eyes. Promise. Izuku gave her a warm smile. Promise. He ruffled Eri's hair just as the doctor walked in. Hello again, doctor, Izuku greeted. The Quirk doctor from 10 years ago smiled as he recognized the young man. My, if it isn't young Midoriya. I haven't seen you for a while. It's good to see you again, Doc, Izuku replied with a smile. The doctor then noticed Eri, who was still clinging to Izuku. Hello there, he said gently. Eri flinched a little and buried her face into Izuku's chest, causing him to blush slightly. Sort of. She's a little shy, he explained. I understand. I assume this is the child you saved from Overhaul, am I right? The doctor asked, and Izuku nodded. I don't know what his motives were, but I'm sure he was up to no good, Izuku said. The doctor frowned. I'm surprised that people like Overhaul still exist in this day and age. He glanced at Eri, noticing the bandages covering her arms. Why are her arms covered in bandages? She was like this when I first found her, Izuku replied, concern evident in his voice. The doctor reached out toward Eri's bandages, but she quickly pulled her hands away, clearly frightened. Eri shivered as she clung to Izuku. He gently patted her, trying to reassure her. Eri, it's okay. You're in safe hands now. I know you've gone through a lot, but I promise no one is going to hurt you. After a few moments of listening to Izuku's soothing words, Eri slowly removed her bandages, revealing her bare skin. Izuku and the doctor struggled to maintain their composure at the sight. Eri's arms were covered in scars, and her skin bore the marks of her painful past. The doctor felt a wave of nausea as he looked at the injuries, while Izuku turned away, tears forming in his eyes. What kind of monster would do this to a child? Izuku gently placed a hand on Eri's shoulder, channeling his energy through her arms. The crusted skin and discomfort slowly faded away as the marks and wounds healed. After a few moments, Eri's arms returned to their healthy complexion. During the healing process, Izuku noticed Eri's fatigue and lack of nourishment. He pressed his hand gently on her back, transferring some of his strength to her. Eri's posture improved slightly as her energy revitalized. Quickly, Izuku grabbed an apple from a nearby fruit bowl and sliced it for her, making sure the ends of each slice resembled rabbit ears. He offered a slice to Eri, who accepted it gratefully, her eyes sparkling with delight. The doctor couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming scene. The doctor watched silently for a few minutes until Eri finished her snack. Oh, that reminds me. Is there a specific reason why you dropped by today? Izuku nodded. I wanted to see if you could give Eri a checkup. Knowing Overhaul, he might have done something that could affect her health. The doctor agreed. Let's run a few physical examinations and see how young Eri is doing. It took about an hour of Izuku calming Eri as the examination progressed. However, when she saw the doctor holding a needle for the final test, Eri paled and clung to Izuku. The doctor quickly put the needle away. Sorry about that. I forgot that Eri might have developed a fear of needles after everything she's been through. Not at all, Doc. Is that all you need? Izuku asked. The doctor nodded. It will take a while for Eri's test results to come in, so why don't you two wait here for a bit? Izuku agreed as the doctor left the room. An hour later, the doctor returned, glancing at his charts. Okay, judging from the results, Eri is doing fine. There are no physical or internal injuries that we should be concerned about at the moment. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. However, there is something I would like to ask you concerning Eri. Izuku tilted his head, and Eri followed suit. What do you mean, Doc? The doctor looked at Izuku curiously. What are you planning to do with Eri at this moment? Izuku looked at Eri for a moment before coming to a surprising conclusion. I'm going to adopt Eri. The door swung open as Inko, Tsuyu, and Kendo entered, staring at Izuku in shock. You're going to what? They exclaimed in unison. Kendo stammered, Izuku, don't you think you're jumping the gun here? She might have parents. Izuku interrupted her. I thought about that. Earlier today, I used my quirk to look through Eri's memories to find out who her parents are and possibly contact them. He paused, giving Eri an apologetic look. Sorry about that. Eri shook her head, understanding his intentions. While looking at her memories, I saw something very shocking. Izuku gulped, looking down. Eri's mother abandoned her, leaving her to fend for herself. She even wrote a letter with hurtful things about Eri. Izuku clenched his fist in anger, recalling the painful words. Everyone in the room waited for him to continue. Sorry, I can't share more. It's just too painful. Izuku looked away sadly, and everyone nodded in understanding. Eri cuddled into Izuku's side, looking up at him with trust. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Eri. I promise things will only get better from here on out. He turned to his mother. Eri's my responsibility now. I promise to keep her safe, and I will. Inko smiled with admiration. That's her son no matter the cost. Izuku always keeps his promises. Inko thought of her husband, missing him dearly. Tsuyu and Kendo chuckled. Well, that's Izuku for you. He's such a softie. Yeah, but there's no doubt he'll be a great father, Tsuyu added. Izuku looked at the doctor. Doc, I've made up my mind. From this day on, this lovely young lady is going to be my daughter, Eri Midoriya. Eri's eyes filled with tears of joy. Izuku wiped her tears away with a warm smile. We're going to be one big happy family. Eri leaped into Izuku's arms, squeezing him tightly. Thank you. Thank you. After signing the adoption papers, Izuku said goodbye to Kendo and Tsuyu, who had to head home before their parents worried. Later, Tsuyu called. Yeah, don't get into any more trouble, okay? Kendo added. Izuku smirked. No promises. See you guys. With that, Inko and Izuku, with Eri in his arms, raced to a nearby supermarket to buy her some clothes. Thankfully, some supermarkets were open 24 hours, allowing them to find a few clean outfits for Eri. Did we get some jersey underwear? Inko asked. Izuku checked the shopping bag. Check. Singlets. Check. Might-themed footy pajamas. Izuku, check. Inko let out a sigh. Inko, I'm getting too old for this. Izuku patted her on the back. Izuku, hang in there. It's what being a parent is all about. Inko gave her son an annoyed look. Inko, even though she's your kid? Izuku laughed. Izuku, good point. By the time the three of them returned home, it was already past 3 a.m. Inko looked at her son with pride and patted him on the back. Inko, you did the right thing back there. Your father would be proud. Izuku smiled. Izuku, thanks, Mom. Eri was dozing off in Izuku's arms. Inko, we better get Eri to bed, or she won't have the energy to wake up tomorrow. Izuku smiled. Izuku, agreed. He quickly took Eri upstairs, helping her brush her teeth and rinse her face with a clean towel. Using his quirk, he gently untangled Eri's messy hair before taking a comb from the bathroom drawer to loosen the knots. Inko walked in a couple of minutes later to prepare Eri's bath. Inko turned on the faucet while Izuku warmed the water with his quirk. Another neat trick he could use with his quirk, plus it saved money. Izuku turned to leave to give Eri some privacy, but the girl clung to him. Knowing he had no choice, Izuku closed his eyes and looked the other way. Once Eri was clean, Inko dressed her in warm, cozy footy pajamas. Eri held up her arms toward Izuku, a universal gesture that all children made when they wanted to be picked up. Izuku obliged and lifted her into his arms. Eri wrapped her arms around him as she drifted off to sleep. Noticing that Eri had fallen asleep in his arms, Izuku carried her to his bedroom, where he gently laid her on the soft mattress. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of his daughter's sleeping face. Izuku, whispering goodnight, Eri. He kissed her on the cheek, turned off the lights, and placed his aviator glasses on the bedside table. Meanwhile, a doctor sat quietly in his office, rummaging through his papers when he heard a beeping noise from beneath his desk. The doctor smirked. "Doctor, it's good to hear from you again, old friend." He pressed a tiny red button under his desk, and a small screen popped up in front of him. "I assume the boy dropped by again today?" The doctor nodded, staring at the screen. "Doctor, indeed, his quirk amazes me. It should have been a simple optic blast quirk, but it somehow evolved into an S-ranked super quirk." "S-rank, you say?" The doctor nodded. "Doctor, not only did he have the power to take down Overhaul, but he also had the ability to heal a child using his quirk." He opened a drawer and lifted the bottom, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside was a small camera connected to a USB. The doctor plugged the USB into his laptop, uploading the footage onto his computer and sending it to the mysterious person. "Indeed, I must say I am impressed. I still can't believe you kept those visors after eliminating the original user of the quirk." The doctor laughed. "Doctor, he was a hindrance, a weakling. The visors were nothing but a trophy for a small victory. He was the final obstacle to our master plan, or so I thought." However, the doctor slammed both fists onto his desk, cracking it. "Doctor, it still frustrates me that there are still potential threats out there that keep foiling our plans. Not to mention knowing that there are people like Izuku who possess the quirk of one of my formidable enemies." The doctor grabbed a nearby test tube and crushed it in his palm. "Easy now, friend. Plans like this take a lot of time." The doctor let out a cough. "Doctor, forgive me." He grabbed a tissue from his desk and removed the glass shards embedded in his palm. After cleaning away the blood, he looked back at the screen. "Doctor, however, what worries me the most is that boy, Izuku Midoriya. With a powerful quirk like his, he could be an even bigger threat to our league." The doctor placed a hand over his face and tugged at it, revealing a layer of liquid LTX. As the makeup peeled off, it revealed a middle-aged man with a long brown mustache, a gleaming bald head, and large beady black eyes. The man on the screen grinned wickedly. "Patience, my friend. The time will come when we face a new era, where evil will finally be recognized. We will become the leaders of a new empire, a new world. But to do that, we must accomplish two things. First, we must find all the one-for-all users that are still alive and eliminate them. Then, we must build a stronger league by recruiting more underground villains from around the globe." The doctor smirked, recalling something. "If I'm not mistaken, the only one-for-all user still alive is Toshinori Yagi, right?" The man shook his head. "No, unfortunately, there is one other person alive who still possesses that quirk. Nana Shimura, the seventh user of One for All." The doctor stared at the monitor in disbelief. "How can this be? She's dead. You killed her." The man shook his head again. "No, sadly, my arch-nemesis from America intervened at the last moment and took her away before I had the chance to finish her. For now, she and my nemesis have gone into hiding." He clenched his fist in frustration. "I was so close to eliminating her, but he had to get in my way. But as I said before, our primary goals are to find Nana Shimura and her apprentice, Toshinori Yagi. Then we will recruit more villains to our league to strengthen our ranks." The doctor interrupted him. However, you're still overlooking one crucial fact. If Izuku's powers continue to grow, he may become a threat that even we cannot handle. We must address the boy if we want to achieve our goals. The voice on the screen chuckled darkly. Rest easy, Dr. Eggman. Izuku Midoriya won't pose a threat to us. Just leave him to me. The man let out a sinister laugh as Robotnik stared at the screen. I hope you know what you're doing, all for one. Meanwhile, it was eerily quiet at the Toho publishing firm. Everyone had gone home hours ago, but one person remained, working on a news article. A reporter sat in her office, sipping dark coffee while typing away on her laptop. Sawamura Eriko was focused on an article for tomorrow's paper. Bags formed under her eyes as she leaned closer to the screen. Almost done, she murmured to herself. Her fingers began to ache from all the typing she had done throughout the afternoon. After adding the finishing touches, Sawamura pressed the save button and leaned back in her chair. She was puzzled by the pictures she had found after recording the fight between Izuku and Overhaul. Among them were snapshots of Izuku and Eri at the hospital, accompanied by a letter explaining what had happened. I wonder what I should call it, Sawamura pondered, striking a dramatic pose. Red-Eye Dikairu created, a symbol of hope and anew, she paused, making a sour face. No, that's 2Gs, I need to think this through. Tomorrow was going to be a busy day. The next morning, Izuku let out a yawn as he rubbed his eyes sleepily. He reached for his bedside table and put on his aviator sunglasses. He noticed Eri sleeping on his stomach, her hands curled into his nightshirt. Izuku smiled at the adorable sight and quietly took a picture. The loud click stirred the little girl awake, and she looked up at him with a smile. Good morning, Papa, Eri said, nuzzling into his stomach. Good morning, Eri, Izuku replied, ruffling her hair. He carefully got out of bed, carrying Eri in his arms as she snuggled deeper into his warm embrace. Hearing his mother snoring across the hall, he tiptoed to the bathroom with Eri hugging his neck. He grabbed Eri's red toothbrush and gently began to clean her teeth. Say, p, he instructed. Eri opened her mouth obediently. Ah. Now say, e. Eri clenched her teeth and responded, e. Izuku poured some water into a plastic cup and handed it to her. Rinse, please. Eri took the cup, swished the water in her mouth, and spit it into the sink. As he rinsed the toothbrush, he carried her to the tub. Turning on the faucet, he heated the water with his quirk. Let's get your hair nice and clean, okay? Eri nodded enthusiastically. Okay. Can you tilt your head down a bit? He asked. Eri complied, tilting her head into the tub. Izuku tested the water to ensure it wasn't too hot for her before gently scrubbing her hair. He then grabbed some shampoo and began massaging it into her scalp. Eri giggled, feeling the ticklish sensation as Izuku's soft touch worked through her hair. After rinsing out the shampoo, he grabbed a towel and dried her hair, smiling at her cheerful demeanor. He then took Eri to the kitchen and placed her on top of the counter as he brought out a frying pan, a spatula, a box of pancake mix, and a bag of chocolate chips. Izuku poured some water into a ceramic bowl with the pancake mix, then went to the refrigerator and took out a carton of milk, pouring at least 2 cups into the bowl before gently stirring it. Eri stared in awe as she watched Izuku cook. After adding the chocolate chips, he stirred the batter and poured it onto the frying pan. The delicious smell of pancakes filled the kitchen, making Eri's mouth water. Izuku placed 2 pancakes on a medium-sized plate before rummaging through the shelf for a bottle of syrup, which he then drizzled over the pancakes. He lifted Eri with one arm while carrying the pancakes with the other. He set the pancakes on the table and helped Eri onto a small wooden chair. Eri's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the pancakes. Izuku picked up a fork and offered Eri some of the pancakes. She took a bite, and stars seemed to form in her eyes. How is it? Is it good? Izuku asked. Eri nodded enthusiastically and offered him a bite. Izuku shook his head, but Eri insisted, playfully pushing a piece of pancake toward his cheek. Reluctantly, Izuku opened his mouth and took a bite, prompting a bright smile from Eri as she nodded in approval. After preparing breakfast for his mother, Izuku led Eri into a small room next to his bedroom. When he opened the door, Eri's eyes widened in amazement. It was a brightly lit room, adorned with movie posters and shelves filled with toys and books. Eri even spotted a couple of dolls she wanted to play with later. Izuku looked out onto the streets while holding Eri in his arms. He settled at the piano with Eri beside him and smiled as he played a few scales with ease. Then, he began to play a piece he had composed a few nights ago. Eri watched Izuku with admiration, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at her father. "That was beautiful, Papa," she said, her voice filled with emotion. Izuku smiled back at her and played a few notes before beginning to sing. "Come, stop your crying, it will be all right. Just take my hand and hold it tight." His voice was soft and comforting, bringing the lyrics to life. "I will protect you from all around you. I will be here. Don't you cry." Eri leaned closer to Izuku as he continued to sing. She immediately understood that the song was about her, and it tugged at her heartstrings. It felt as if the song was crafted just for her. "For one so small, you seem so strong. My arms will hold you, keep you safe and warm. This bond between us can't be broken. I will be here. Don't you cry." Eri's eyes shimmered with emotion. The song expressed everything she had ever wanted in her 5 years of life. Someone to keep her warm and safe, someone to protect her until she was strong enough to face the world. "'Cause you'll be in my heart. Yes, you'll be in my heart. From this day on, now and forevermore. You'll be in my heart. No matter what they say, you'll be here in my heart. Always." Eri realized that the song was Izuku's heartfelt message to her, reflecting the bond they shared as father and daughter. Why can't they understand the way we feel? They just don't trust what they can't explain. I know we're different, but deep inside us, we're not that different at all. As she listened, Eri felt a warmth inside that she had never experienced before. It was a love that felt unbreakable, no matter what challenges lay ahead. "And you'll be in my heart. Yes, you'll be in my heart. From this day on, now and forevermore." Izuku continued to sing, his melody drifting through the window and into the ears of passers-by. Everyone nearby paused to listen, captivated by the beautiful song. "Don't listen to them, 'cause what do they know? We need each other, to have, to hold. They'll see in time, I know." Izawa, with his back turned to the students, spoke in a calm demeanor. "If you're going to be a hero, you don't have time for leisurely events." The class was taken aback by Izawa's comment. "UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are," he continued, turning towards the class. "That's also how the teachers run their classes." Everyone looked at Izawa nervously. "You kids have been doing these since junior high, right?" Izawa pulled out a phone from his pocket. "Physical fitness tests, where you weren't allowed to use your quirks." The class stood silently as the teacher continued. "The country still uses averages taken from results of students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating." Izawa glanced at Izuku, who was carrying Eri in his arms. "Izuku, you finished at the top for both the practical exam and the written exam, correct?" Izuku nodded. "In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw?" "For 100 miles, Izuku replied. Izawa was about to respond when he processed what Izuku had said. The class gasped in disbelief, while Katsuki scowled, knowing Izuku was telling the truth. "For 100 miles?" they exclaimed. Izuku nodded. "I forgot to mention this to everyone except Tsuyu, but my quirk acts like a never-ending supply of energy and a booster for my body. The more I use it, the stronger my muscles, brain, and quirk become. Right now, I have enough energy to destroy an entire planet." Everyone was taken aback. Izawa was sweating profusely, trying to maintain his composure. "Then try doing it with your quirk," he said. Izuku grinned. "Your call, Eraserhead." Izawa raised an eyebrow. "How do you know my hero identity?" The class's eyes widened at this revelation. Dried eyes, tired complexion, silver scarf, and so on, Izuku replied, pulling out a card from his pocket. "And the fact that I took your ID when you weren't looking." He tossed Izawa his ID back. The entire class stared at Izuku with wide eyes, while Izawa looked at him nervously. "When did he?" Aizawa was the first to regain his composure as he called Izuku out onto a dirt circle with a small metal ball that had a tracker inside. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in that circle. Izuku released his optic blast energy through the pores on his back. The energy transformed into long red tendrils, which he used to wrap Eri in a tiny red force field. Tsuyu took this opportunity to sneak away from the group, anticipating what would happen when Izuku threw that ball. I wonder why Izuku is, Ochako began, only to notice Tsuyu was missing. Tsuyu, she called, tilting her head in confusion. Izuku took a baseball pitcher's stance while powering up both his quirks to 20%. He closed his eyes, channeling his quirk throughout his arms. Meteor smash, he shouted, throwing the ball with all the force he could muster from both quirks. As soon as the ball left Izuku's fingers, the resulting backlash was akin to a rocket launching into space. The entire field erupted in a whirlwind of flames, with tornado-like winds tossing everyone around like rag dolls. The ground gave way as a massive crater formed around the field. The backlash hit the school hard, uprooting trees and shrubs, while the front wall of the campus groaned under the pressure. Everyone except Izuku was on the ground, steam rising from their mouths after experiencing the intense heat. Class 1A heard a groan from the building as the front wall collapsed, revealing a shocked and terrified Class 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, and 3B. Everyone stared at Izuku with wide eyes. He released the force field surrounding Eri and turned to assess the damage he had caused. "Oh boy," he gulped. Every faculty and staff member rushed out of the building, unable to believe the state of the school field, which looked as if 20,000 rockets had launched simultaneously. Ochako raised her trembling finger, now understanding why Tsuyu had run away before Izuku threw the ball. "So that's why Tsuyu ran away," she groaned. "Dude, I feel like I've been grilled," Hanta remarked. "Did we just witness a rocket launch or something?" Denki added. "I wish Izuku had warned us about the backlash," Momo said, still in shock. Class 1B stared out into the field. "Did that guy with the sunglasses just wipe out half of the school?" one student exclaimed. Minoma seized the moment to mock Class 1A. I knew those Class 1A show-offs were nothing but pushovers. They don't deserve the luxurious life that Class 1B will have. Those inexperienced deadbeats will grow up to become villains." Seryu from Class 1B laughed heartily. "You got that right. Talk about a class full of losers. I even feel sorry for their parents." Kendo appeared behind them and delivered a swift chop to their necks, causing both bullies to crumple to the ground. "Out of all the people I could have ended up with as classmates, I had to get stuck with you too," she said, visibly annoyed. A green-haired girl with lizard-like features noticed Izuku. "Wow, that's the guy I met at the arcade a few days ago. Looks like we're at the same school," she exclaimed. Itsuka turned to her. "You know Izuku?" Setsuna nodded. "We met at the arcade a few days ago. I challenged him to one of my favorite video games, and we even made a bet. If I won, he wouldn't show up at the arcade, and if he won, I would go on a date with him." She looked at Kendo. "He won, by the way. My name is Setsuna Tokage." "Itsuka Kendo, nice to meet you," said Itsuka as both girls shook hands. A blonde-haired American girl with horns tilted her head, looking curiously at the green-haired boy. "Those glasses, it couldn't be." "Izuku?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with recognition. Meanwhile, on Field Gamma, Tsuyu appeared a few moments later, completely unharmed. She made her way to the area where the faculty and staff were assessing the damage. Izuku turned to see the aftermath of Eraserhead's earlier actions. "So, how did I do?" he asked, trying to gauge the situation. Aizawa raised his phone with unsteady hands, the numbers on the screen climbing rapidly until it suddenly fizzled out. "Infinity!" Aizawa groaned, slowly getting to his feet and surveying the destruction around him. The rest of Class 1A also stood up, shocked. "Holy moly!" Tenya exclaimed. "The school!" Denki shouted. "That's insane!" Hanta added. "Cupcakes and sprinkles." Ochako chimed in, earning puzzled looks from her classmates. "What?" she asked, confused. Nizu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "May I have your attention, please?" he said, addressing the students from the hero department. since all of the classrooms from the heroic department are now. He gestured to the rubble. Demolished, we will be using the gymnasium as a temporary classroom until reconstruction is complete. This means all of you will have joint classes. Everyone fell to the ground in disbelief. Aizawa glared at Izuku, clearly annoyed. It's only been the first day, and you're already causing problems for me. He leaned in closer to Izuku. Problem child. Turning back to the field, Aizawa continued, Problem child might have destroyed the field, but that doesn't mean we won't be able to continue the test. A mischievous grin spread across his face. However, thanks to his little stunt, you'll all have to work twice as hard. Or, he leaned in toward the class, I might expel you. Izuku raised an eyebrow, unfazed. The class looked horrified, some glaring at him for putting them in a tight spot. But Izuku smirked confidently. Really? You've expelled 10 different classes over your 15 years as an educator. You might have authority over us, Eraserhead, but your teaching methods are questionable at best. Plus, judging by your records, you might find yourself in hot water. He waved a brown folder in front of Eraserhead, who froze at the sight. It was his teaching records. Izuku opened the folder and flipped through the pages. Let's see here. Last year you expelled an entire class because you found them unworthy. The year before that, another class because they weren't hero material. Eraserhead snatched the folder away with his scarf. You might want to watch that attitude of yours. I have the authority to expel you right here and now. But are you going to do it? Just because you're a teacher doesn't mean you can do whatever you want without consequences, Izuku challenged, turning to Nizu. Tell me, Mr. Nizu, what are the important qualities of an educator? An educator is a responsible and patient individual, whose sole mission is to support and cultivate a group of young minds for the betterment of future society, Nizu replied. Then do you think Eraserhead is doing a good job as a teacher? Izuku pressed. Nizu glanced at Aizawa. Frankly, no. Aizawa sighed in defeat. The class, including Eri, stared at Izuku in amazement as he outmaneuvered the teacher at his own game. Fine, we'll take the test and there won't be any expulsions, Aizawa conceded. The class erupted in cheers. But I'm keeping my eye on you, Aizawa warned, directing his gaze at Izuku. Izuku met his gaze with a challenging smirk. Bring it on, teacher man. Aizawa smirked to himself, thinking, cheeky brat, let's see what he's got. Test 1. The 50-meter dash. Tsuyu and a now fully recovered Ida stood at the starting line. Ready, go, came the call. Both students dashed toward the finish line as fast as they could. Ida activated the engines in his legs, propelling himself forward at incredible speed, while Tsuyu hopped gracefully, using her leg muscles to cover ground. Ida crossed the finish line first with a time of 3.04 seconds, while Tsuyu followed closely at 3.10 seconds. Ida skidded to a stop and began stretching. For 50 meters, I can only go up to third gear. Aizawa remarked, well, he's like a fish in water. It'll be interesting to see how the others perform. Tsuyu turned to Izuku. Kero, I hope Izuku saw how much I've improved over the years. Izuku clapped for both Ida and Tsuyu. You guys did great. Amazing job, Ida, you were like a race car. And you were fantastic too, Tsuchan. You've improved a lot since we last saw each other. Tsuyu felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. He did notice, Kero. Thank you, Midoriya. Best of luck, Tenya said. Good luck, Aizu, Tsuyu added. Izuku gave them a thumbs up and stretched his legs and arms as Ochako used her quirk to lighten her clothes. Aizawa watched as Ochako and a blonde-haired student with a large tail approached the starting line. Ready, go, came the call again. Ochako sprinted toward the finish line while the blonde boy, Mashireo Ojiro, used his tail to propel himself forward. 5.49 seconds, the timer announced. Ojiro crossed the finish line first, with Ochako following at 7.15 seconds. Dang it, Ochako sighed. Aoyama, observing the others, turned to his classmates while Ishido stretched beside him. Everyone, you're not being creative enough. I'll show you what it's like to use your quirk, he declared. Ready, go, he shouted. Aoyama fired a laser beam from his belly button, while Mina used her acid quirk to surf toward the finish line, accidentally melting the track along the way. However, Mina outpaced Aoyama, as he had to pause to avoid overexerting himself. Aoyama turned to the class, who stared at him in disbelief. "If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache," he explained. Everyone, including Eri, fell to the ground in exasperation. Aizawa face-bombed at the boys' antics. Katsuki and Izuku stood at the track, ready for the next challenge. Katsuki glared at Izuku, who chose to ignore him. Katsuki felt his frustration boiling over. Izuku powered up both One for All and his Optic Blast, while Eri stood beside Tsuyu a good distance away. A grin spread across Izuku's face as he awaited the signal. "Ready, go!" Izuku sprinted forward, utilizing both his quirks at 20%. It was enough for him to cross the finish line so quickly that everyone, including Katsuki, was left in his dust except for Tsuyu and Eri. 0 seconds. Everyone stared at Izuku in disbelief. 0 seconds? "What the heck, man?" they exclaimed in unison. Eri looked at her father in awe. "So fast." Izuku ran over to Eri and Tsuyu, receiving a high five from Tsuyu. "Wow, you were pretty fast," she complimented. Eri jumped up and down, exclaiming, "My daddy is invincible." The crowd cooed at the sight, while Katsuki scowled. "Beginner's luck. I'll crush him in the next one," he thought. In the next test, grip strength, Hanta and a short boy with grape-colored hair named Minoru Mineta watched their classmate, Mizo Shoji, who had scored an impressive 540 kilograms on the machine. 540 kilograms? "What are you, a gorilla?" Hanta joked. "Yeah, no kidding. You're a real piece of work, Shoji," Minoru added. Izuku powered up his quirks as he gripped the machine, and with a loud crash, it broke instantly. Everyone turned to Izuku, who held the broken machine in his hand. "You might be a gorilla, but he's a monster," Hanta squeaked, sweating. "We better not mess with that guy, ever," Minoru trembled. Even Mizo looked horrified. "Agreed," he said, and the three of them walked away, fear evident in their eyes, while the rest of the class stared at Izuku in shock and admiration. "You're so strong," Tsuyu remarked. Eri beamed. "Papa is the strongest." She ran to Izuku and hugged him tightly. Izuku ruffled her hair and lifted her into his arms. Daddy wouldn't be this strong without Eri's support. He kissed her on the cheek, making her giggle. "Wow, you're great with kids," Tsuyu said, smiling. Izuku blushed while holding Eri. "Thanks." Tsuyu giggled, and the other girls felt a pang of jealousy at the sweet moment, while Mineta sulked in the corner. "Darn. Curse his good looks and his amazing quirk. I hope he trips and falls," he muttered quietly. Izuku noticed Toru, the invisible girl, struggling with her grip machine. He approached her and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You okay?" he asked. "No, my quirk isn't suited for this at all," she replied. Izuku glanced around to ensure no one was listening. "I'll lend you some of my power to help you pass this part of the test. Just keep it a secret, Aizawa would be furious." Toru's eyes widened in surprise. "You can do that? I thought your quirk was an emitter quirk." Izuku shook his head. "I'll explain later." He placed his fingers on her shoulders, and red waves of energy flowed from him into her. Toru felt a surge of power, like a warm, deep massage. "Try gripping the machine now," Izuku encouraged. Toru gripped the machine, and with a loud crash, it broke. Izuku smiled. "Good luck." He walked back to Eri and Tsuyu, while Toru gazed at him in admiration. "Izuku Midoriya, huh? What a nice guy," she thought dreamily. When Aizawa called everyone outside for the next test, standing long jump, Izuku powered up to 50% of both his quirks and leaped with all his strength. The jump broke the sound barrier, sending everyone flying toward the metal fence. They landed in a heap, faces flapping in the wind. Aizawa checked his phone and found it broken. "Infinity," he muttered. Class 1A picked themselves up, only to hear a loud boom echo across the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a small hole punctured in the sun. They stood slack-jawed. Izuku floated back down moments later. I hope I didn't cause any panic." But, he pointed at the sun. I think the ball I threw earlier might have punctured it. Everyone's faces paled at the realization. They fell to the ground, staring at Izuku in shock. Eri rushed to him and hugged him tightly. Hey, Snowball, Izuku said, pulling out a rock with multiple holes in it. I brought you a moon rock. Eri's eyes sparkled with amazement. Did you get it from the moon? Izuku nodded. Sure did. Katsuki watched Izuku with simmering anger. He had only managed to score 70 kilograms on the grip test and 3000 m for the long jump. DM it, he thought. In the next test, repeated side steps, everyone finished except for Izuku, who appeared moments later carrying a bass guitar, an amp, and a drum set. Here I am, he announced. Everyone stared at him in surprise. Momo. Izuku turned to her. What's with the instruments? She asked. Well, since you all seem a little tired, I thought I could give you a break, he replied. Izuku plugged the guitar into the amp and walked over to the boundary lines. Aizawa shot him an annoyed look. What are you up to, problem child? Izuku smiled. You'll see. Ready, start. Izuku activated both of his quirks at 30% and began to move. He moved so fast that multiple copies of himself appeared, alternating between playing guitar and drums in perfect sync. I'm gonna fight 'em all, a seven-nation army couldn't hold me back, he sang, the rhythm echoing across the field. Izuku, I don't want to hear about it. Every single person has a story to tell, and everyone knows about it, from the Queen of England to the Hounds of Hell. If I catch it coming back my way, I'm going to serve it to you. That may not be what you want to hear, but that's what I'll do. The feeling coming from my bones says to find a home. Aizawa became annoyed and tried to stop Izuku, who continued playing the guitar with his left hand while swatting away Aizawa's scarf with his right. Izuku, I'm going to Wichita, far from this opera forevermore. I'm going to work hard, making the sweat drip from every pore. I'm bleeding and I'm bleeding, and I'm bleeding right before the Lord. All the words are going to bleed from me, and I will sing no more. The stains coming from my blood tell me to go back home. Aizawa attempted to activate his quirk, but an Izuku clone pinched him and another poked him. Finding Aizawa's interruptions annoying, Izuku poked him in the eyes in a playful manner. Aizawa fell to the ground, doubling over in mock pain, while Eri and the rest of Class 1A laughed. As soon as the song ended, everyone gave Izuku a standing ovation. Tokoyami, dude, that was awesome. Kaminari, did you see Izuku messing with Aizawa? Minoru laughed heartily at Aizawa's expense. Minoru, Mr. Tough and Scary isn't so tough after all. Aizawa slowly got to his feet. Aizawa, Minoru, one more word from you, and you'll be expelled. Minoru stopped laughing. Minoru, yes, sir. Later, everyone made their way to the gymnasium for the remaining portions of the test. Izuku, Toru, Bakugo, and Tsuyu excelled in the remaining tests, which consisted of simple exercises like push-ups, sit-ups, seated toe touches, and long-distance runs. Izuku thought to himself, ever since I gave Toru some of my power, her fitness levels have skyrocketed. He turned towards Tsuyu. Tsuyu has also gotten a lot stronger than before. He then looked at Ochako. Ochako's physical abilities surpass most of the girls in the class. Momo. Izuku turned towards Momo and felt a surge of anger. Minoru Mineta was ogling Momo with an inappropriate look, occasionally invading her personal space. The situation escalated to the point where Momo was silently upset. Izuku's irritation grew as he approached Minoru. Izuku, annoyed, hey, King Tai. Minoru turned towards Izuku, who glared at him with a fierce intensity. Izuku, apologize to Momo before I send you flying into the next dimension. Izuku powered up, and Minoru began to tremble in fear. Minoru, Midoriya, you wouldn't. Izuku grinned. Izuku, oh yes I would. Minoru fell to his knees and bowed to Momo. Minoru, I'm sorry. Please don't let Midoriya hurt me. The rest of Class 1A looked at Minoru with disgust. Kaminari, dude, why did they even let someone like you in the hero course? Kirishima, that's so not manly at all. Jairu, you're disgusting. Just go away. Toru, you're an enemy to all women. Tsuyu, You are the worst person imaginable. Izuku walked closer to Minoru. Izuku, you wouldn't mind if I dealt with my Netta now, right, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa smirked. Aizawa, go ahead. Minoru, have mercy. Izuku sent Minoru flying out of the building with a powerful blast of energy. Izuku, shouting, say your prayers, you grape-haired nuisance. Plus ultra. Minoru soared out of the gymnasium and disappeared over the horizon. Momo looked at Izuku with teary eyes. Momo, thank you, Izuku. Momo hugged Izuku, and he felt himself blush as he tried to maintain his composure. Izuku. Anytime. He comforted Momo while patting her on the back as she held up a peace sign with a smug look towards the other girls, who were watching with envy. Kirishima, dude, that was so manly. I was about to step in myself, but you handled it like a pro. A boy with an irregularly shaped head approached Izuku. Koji, I didn't like that guy at all ever since I saw him acting inappropriately during the entrance exam. So I'm glad you did that. Oh, my name is Koji Koda, by the way. Izuku reached out for a handshake, which Koji gladly returned. Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki felt anger boil inside him. He was supposed to be the center of attention. What was so great about that green-haired kid? Katsuki clenched his teeth, feeling overshadowed. Katsuki activated his quirk and charged at Izuku. Katsuki, you're going down, you freak? Katsuki unleashed a powerful explosion, catching almost everyone off guard. Katsuki, shouting, howitzer impact. Izuku opened his hands and absorbed Katsuki's explosion, glaring at him. Izuku, this is a new low, even for you, Katsuki Bakugo. Aizawa wrapped his scarf around Katsuki, glaring at him as well. Aizawa, you just earned 5 weeks' worth of detention for that stunt. If Midoriya hadn't been here, you could have seriously hurt everyone. Everyone in the class glared at Katsuki. Katsuki, yelling, what's so great about a loser like him? He's nobody, a zero. He doesn't deserve to be here. All he is a poser trying to fool you all. Eri felt anger rising within her. Izuku, venomously, you'll never change, Bakugo. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. I'm starting to wonder if you're even worthy of being a hero. Katsuki felt his bottled-up anger explode. Katsuki, venomously, I should be telling you the same thing, loser. Do you think I care about you or anyone here? I don't even care if I'm a bad influence on that little girl you brought in today. You should be bowing to someone great like me. You're just extras who got lucky enough to make it this far. You're nobodies and losers. I'm worthy enough to call myself the new symbol of peace instead of the overly muscular All Might. Aizawa's temper finally reached its limit, and the entire class felt the tension. However, Izuku was affected the most. Izuku, furiously, don't you dare insult All Might or my daughter with that mouth of yours. Izuku delivered a powerful blow to Katsuki's face, his anger simmering down as he glared at Katsuki's unconscious form. Izuku, rest easy, He turned away, cradling Eri in his arms. Izuku, I'm sorry you had to hear all that, sweetheart. Eri shook her head. Eri, he deserved what he got. Aizawa, I can't believe UA allowed someone like him to enroll. I need to have a serious discussion with Nizu about this. Aizawa walked away, dragging Katsuki's body behind him. He paused and turned back to Izuku. Aizawa, and you don't need to worry about my Netta. He'll be moved to general studies until he proves himself worthy of returning to the hero course. Aizawa continued on his way. A little later. Aizawa, I've finished calculating your scores. You should be able to see the results right about. A holographic screen appeared behind Aizawa. Aizawa, now. The results are as follows. 1. Izuku Midoriya. Tutoru Hagakure. Vihu Ajui. 4. Shuto Todoroki. 5. Momo Yaoyorozu. 6. Katsuki Bakugo. Minus 70 points for inappropriate conduct. 7. Oichako Uraraka. 8. Tenya Ida. 9. Mina Ishido. 10. Mizo Shoji. 11. Rikido Sato. 12. Koji Koda. 13. Kyukijiro. 14. Denki Kaminari. 15. Ijiro Kirishima. 16. Hantasiro. 17. Fumikage Tokoyami. 18. Mashireo Ojiro. 19. Yugaoyama. Denki, wow, I beat Izuku? Awesome. Izuku hung his head. Izuku, oh come on. How did I lose to Denki of all people? Yuga was shocked to find himself in last place. Yuga, oh the pain, oh the misery. He posed dramatically, rose petals swirling around him as the girls looked at him in confusion. Girls, in unison, what the heck? Even the guys took a step back from the foreign-looking boy. Katsuki growled when he saw his 6th place ranking. A deduction of 70 points for inappropriate conduct? What was so wrong with what he did? Aizawa should be thanking him for exposing how much of a loser Deku is. Aizawa, well that's it for today. You can all go home, except for you, Bakugo. Aizawa pointed to Bakugo, who had just returned from the infirmary. Aizawa, I'll see you in detention. Katsuki growled and stomped away in frustration. Izuku and the rest of Class 1A glared at him. Momo, why did they even let him stay in the hero course? Jiro, yeah, it's only the first day, and I already can't stand him. Hanta, that guy is at the top of my list of annoyances. Izuku, come on, he's not even worth it. Izuku looked at Izuku and smiled. Izuku, you're right. The best way to deal with people like him is to ignore them. Izuku smiled back. Izuku, I'm looking forward to having you as a classmate. Izuku extended his hand for a handshake, which Izuku gladly accepted. Izuku, same here. A little later, Izuku and Tsuyu were walking out of the school with Kendo, Ochako, Ida, and Momo. Izuku, man, am I tired? Ochako let out a heavy sigh. Ochako, you said it. Even Tenya looked exhausted. Tenya, I can't believe Aizawa made us run 500 laps around the field before we could go home. The field was practically 10,000 kilometers long. Momo, Ida, the school field was actually around 1,500 kilometers. Tenya was too tired to respond. Kendo looked at her new friends with sympathy. Kendo, wow, it sounds like you all had a tough time. Tsuyu nodded. Tsuyu, the only good thing that came out of today is that Bakugo has 5 weeks of detention. Tsuyu paused. Tsuyu, I hope he learned something from this. Izuku sighed. Izuku, probably not. Knowing Bakugo, he's likely scribbling in his notebook about how much he hates me while drawing a picture of me with "die" written all over it. Meanwhile, Katsuki was sitting in an empty classroom with 10 other students, angrily writing in his notebook. Katsuki thought, 10 reasons why I can't stand Deku. 1. He's infuriating. 2. He's infuriating. 3. He's infuriating. Katsuki flipped the page and began to write, "die," all over a drawing of Izuku with devil horns. Katsuki, shouting, "You'll all pay for this, Deku and the rest of you." Chapter end. Next day. Children were now hugging their parents, silently expressing gratitude for all the wonderful things their parents had done for them. All Might was sitting in the teacher's lounge, reading the staff directory. He thought to himself, the UA system does not follow the beaten path. He glanced around the staff room, feeling a bit anxious. Depending on the homeroom teacher, even the first day can be. Out on Field Gamma, Izuku and his classmates made their way onto the school field in their P uniforms, where Aizawa was waiting for them with a clipboard. Everyone looked around, clearly confused about why they were out on the PE field instead of going to the auditorium for orientation. Aizawa spoke up, "Looks like all of you made it. I know this is sudden, but we're going to have a quirk assessment test." Everyone shouted in surprise, "A quirk assessment test?" Ochako raised her hand nervously. "What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation?" Suddenly, Izuku played an impressive guitar riff that captivated everyone. Even the resident rocker girl, Kyoka Jiro, was taken aback by Izuku's performance. She thought, he is a multi-instrumentalist, huh? He's pretty good. I wonder if I should start a band with this guy. Katsuki scoffed, thinking, show off. Mina exclaimed, he is amazing. Toru added, I didn't know Izuku could sing. Hanta let out a whistle of approval, while Denki and Izuku clapped along with the music. Ochako pouted, I wish he had told us. Momo remarked, with skills like that he could even outclass Slash himself. Monoma, Seiryu, and Bakugo were waiting for Izuku at the entrance. Izuku showed up a few seconds later with Eri by his side. Bakugo smirked. Well, if it isn't useless Deku and his little girl. Momo bent down and sneered at Eri, who hid behind Izuku's leg. Man, what a weakling. She can't even face people without her loser father. Izuku growled, say one more word, I dare you. Saryu taunted, oh yeah? What are you going to do about it? Izuku's frustration boiled over. Bakugo added, face it, you know you had it coming. With a dangerous quirk like yours, how can you possibly become a hero? Someone has to give you a wake-up call. Bakugo placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and hope you'll be born with a better quirk like mine? And while you're at it, why don't you take that little girl with you? Bakugo pointed at Eri. Nobody would want her anyway. I feel sorry that she has to deal with useless twits like you two. Eri stared at Bakugo in shock. Did he just suggest something terrible about them? She glared at him, feeling a surge of anger. Saryu warned, I wouldn't do that, young lady. He glared at Eri. If you don't want trouble, keep quiet. Izuku gritted his teeth, wanting to confront them but holding back. He brushed off Katsuki's hand. Katsuki glared. What? You want to go, you little brat? Eri couldn't contain her anger any longer. She ran towards Katsuki and gave him a swift kick. Katsuki howled in pain, grabbing himself. Saryu exclaimed, Katsuki! Momo asked, dude, are you alright? The two bullies helped their friend to his feet. Katsuki growled, this isn't over, you losers. I'll get you back. Izuku gave Eri a high five. Good job, Snowball. Eri nodded happily. Thank you, Daddy. Later, Izuku narrated, the curriculum of UA High's hero course. Class 1A and B were attending their first English class for the semester. Due to some incidents, they were forced to attend joint classes for the remainder of the year. Everyone focused on the front of the gym, where Present Mike was teaching. Izuku continued narrating, regular required classes, like English in the morning. Present Mike held a book in his hand, looking at the chalkboard. There were 4 sentences written on the board. 1. The man whom I respect most is my father. 2. That is the house in which he lived. 3. I well remember the day on which we both met. 4. Please tell me all that you know. Eri was taking a nap, leaning against Izuku. He made sure to sit far from his desk, allowing her head to rest on his lap. Izuku smiled as he looked at Eri's adorable sleeping face. Present Mike turned towards the class. Which of these English sentences is wrong? He asked, his expression dull. Everyone's sweat dropped in unison. So ordinary. Bakugo closed his eyes, ignoring the teacher. What a loser. Momo, pathetic. Saryu, why do we even need English? Saryu was drawing pictures of her and Katsuki holding hands and sharing sweet moments. Present Mike, in a loud voice, everybody, heads up. Let's get this party started. Present Mike waved his arms energetically. Eri woke up and began to whimper. Izuku glared at Present Mike as 4 red optic blast tendrils formed around him. The tendrils morphed into dragon heads, each snarling and snapping at Present Mike. Present Mike and the students froze in fear. No one could breathe. No one could think. Even Bakugo and Shudo were caught off guard. Eri gently climbed onto Izuku's chair and hugged him. Izuku calmed down and hugged Eri. Izuku, sorry, Eri-chan. Izuku pulled out some coloring books and crayons from his backpack. Izuku, it'll take a while for Daddy's class to finish. Why don't you color these pictures Daddy made for you? If you do a good job, I'll give you a cookie after class. Eri's eyes sparkled. Eri, thank you, Daddy. Eri hugged Izuku before giving him a quick peck on the cheek. Everyone, except Shudo, Saryu, Momo, and Bakugo. Izuku turned back to Present Mike. Izuku raised his hand. Izuku, may I answer your question now, Mr. Mike? Present Mike nodded, still recovering from the shock. Izuku, the relative pronoun is in the wrong place in sentence number. Present Mike let out a big grin. Present Mike, correct. Later. Izuku, lunch is at the main cafeteria, where we can buy gourmet food at reasonable prices. Izuku and his friends were sitting at a nearby table when Lunch Rush, the cook hero, Approached them with their meals. Lunch rush. White rice is good comfort food, eh? The hero gave them a thumbs up. Everyone responded with thumbs up. Itsuka agreed. Momo, I second that. Setsuna, this is so good. Setsuna took another spoonful before noticing the other girls. Setsuna, by the way, who are you guys? Setsuna pointed at Tenya and the girls from 1A. Tenya waved his arms robotically. Tenya, hello, my name is Tenya Ida, from class 1A. Tenya bowed. Setsuna sweat dropped. Setsuna, chill, no need to be so formal. Tenya bowed again. Tenya, apologies. Setsuna rolled her eyes. Setsuna, thought, I give up. Momo went next. Momo, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu, also from class 1A. Ochako went next. Ochako, bubbly voice. Nice to meet you, the name's Ochako Uraraka. Tsuyu went next. Tsuyu Azui, a pleasure to meet. Tsuyu reached out a hand, which Setsuna gladly took. The invisible girl waved her hands. Toru, my name is Toru Hagakure. Jiro twirled her earphone jacks. Kyoka Jiro. Mina made a peace sign. Mina Ishido howdy. Setsuna smiled. Setsuna, my name is Setsuna Tokage, nice to meet you all. Setsuna turned to Izuku. Setsuna, I never knew you were friends with such lovely girls. Izuku blushed. Izuku, yeah, what a weird coincidence. Setsuna, who was eating chicken, pointed her fork at Izuku. Setsuna, I hope you didn't forget about our upcoming outing. Izuku blushed while the girls looked at him. Kendo, Izuku, what does she mean by an outing? Kendo crushed her juice box. Ochako had a dangerous aura surrounding her. Ochako, yeah, what does she mean by an outing, Izuku? Momo had a tick mark on her forehead. Momo, yeah? Izuku, care to enlighten us? Tsuyu wore a neutral expression, but her eyes glinted with curiosity. Tsuyu, yeah, Izuku. Do tell. The girls gave Izuku smiles that hinted at mischief. Izuku had a frightened look on his face, sensing the tension. Izuku turned to Tenya. Izuku thought, Tenya, save me. Tenya looked away from Izuku. Tenya thought, sorry my friend, but you are on your own. Izuku thought, The girls were inching closer towards Izuku, cutting off his escape. Izuku felt someone tugging at his uniform. Eri, who was sitting on his lap, looked up at him expectantly. Izuku, what is it, Eri-chan? Izuku then remembered. Izuku, oh right. Izuku looked into his bag and brought out a cookie. Izuku, here you go. Eri nibbled on the cookie. Everyone looked at the 5-year-old with big smiles on their faces. Setsuna, man, she is so adorable. Ochako, she is. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. Izuku thought, safe. The 8 friends continued their conversations about their personal lives, hobbies, favorite heroes, etc., for the next half hour. As they continued their conversation, Setsuna noticed her bowl was empty. Setsuna, hey, lunch rush. The cook hero noticed Setsuna and walked over to her. Lunch rush, yes? Setsuna handed Lunch Rush the empty bowl. Setsuna, seconds, please. Lunch Rush gave her another bowl, which she cleared in 2.5 seconds. Setsuna, more. Ochako finished eating her bowl. Ochako smiled as she handed Lunch Rush her bowl too. Oh, please. Lunch Rush sweat dropped as he refilled Ochako's bowl. By then, Kendo had finished her 3rd bowl and gave it to the hero. Kendo, more please. Soon, Lunch Rush found himself refilling bowl after bowl as Izuku and his friends continued to eat. Soon the table was littered with dirty bowls and plates. Lunch Rush collapsed onto the table, exhausted. Izuku and his friends all had satisfied looks on their faces. Lunch Rush weakly lifted his hand. Lunch Rush, I need a vacation. Later. Izuku, and finally in the evening we have basic hero training. All Might, I am. Izuku turned to the door. Izuku thought, he's here. All Might opened the door. Coming through the door like an ordinary person, he announced with enthusiasm. Izuku and Eri exchanged glances, both surprised that the number 1 hero was here. How is that ordinary, they thought. It's All Might. Denki exclaimed. Wow, he is a teacher, Kirishima added, noticing the hero's Silver Age costume. Tsuyu placed her finger on her chin. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? All Might walked into the classroom with a dramatic flair. Ojiro's sweat dropped. Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. Standing proudly in front of the class, All Might declared, I teach hero basic training. It's a subject where you train in various ways to learn the fundamentals of being a hero. You'll take the most units in this subject. Everyone looked at All Might, captivated. He struck a pose. Let's get into it. This is what we'll do today. He held out a card that read, Battle. Combat Training. Bakugo sneered at the Optic Blast user. Combat. Izuku smiled. Training. And to go with that are these, All Might said, pointing towards the wall. Multiple compartments slid out, revealing gear. Izuku picked up the bag with his student number on it. Costumes. After you change, meet me out on ground beta. All Might instructed. Yes, sir. The class responded in unison. With that, All Might dashed out of the classroom. Izuku took Eri's hand. Come on, Eri. Later, after leaving Tsuyu in charge of Eri, Izuku hurriedly changed in the boys' locker room. The boys watched in disbelief as he changed in record time. Yo, slow down, Kirishima said. Yeah, man. Did you miss a hot date or something? Kaminari teased. Izuku glanced at them. I don't want to leave Eri alone for too long. She's not very good with other people. Once dressed, he rushed out the door. Rikido's sweat dropped. He wasn't kidding about not wanting to leave Eri alone. Yeah, talk about a doting father figure, Denki remarked. We didn't even get to see his costume, Kirishima added. Hey guys, look. Denki pointed to a small hole in the corner of the room. A peephole. Do you know what this means? The boys shook their heads. It means we can peek at the girls changing. Denki said with a grin. Tenya's expression turned furious. Kaminari. That is the most immoral and insensitive thing I have heard. Have some dignity. He waved his arm in frustration. Don't worry, I'll just take a little peek, Kaminari said, moving closer to the hole. Just then, Izuku burst back in and playfully kicked him away. Not on my watch. Izuku declared. Denki fell to the floor, stunned. Izuku face-bombed. You guys are unbelievable. Meanwhile, in the girls' locker room, Mina and Toru were giggling. He's so cute, Toru said. Good thing I caught that on camera, Mina replied, still laughing. Momo, overhearing them, exclaimed, Are you ladies insane? The boys outside were left speechless. Meanwhile, Eri was fidgeting nervously. She didn't want to be left alone for too long. She wanted to be with Izuku. The girls were bickering about the pictures when Tsuyu noticed Eri's anxiety. It's okay, Eri-chan, she said gently. I know you're going through a tough time, but I promise that no one here will hurt you. You're safe now. Eri nodded shyly. Your father and I will do everything we can to protect you, okay? Tsuyu reassured her. Eri nodded again. Thank you, Andy Tsuyu. Tsuyu smiled. No problem, kid. She reached out her hand. Let's go meet up with your papa. Eri took Tsuyu's hand, feeling a bit more at ease. Later, All Might stood at ground beta, waiting for Class 1A. The students approached, dressed in their hero costumes. All Might stood proudly. Be fully aware that from now on, you are heroes. All Might, this is great, everyone. You all look fantastic. Now shall we begin, you young heroes? Izuku was rushing out of the changing room, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. Izuku, narrating, This is it, the moment I have been waiting for my entire life. Class 1A and B heard Izuku's footsteps approaching. Izuku, narrating, This is my costume. Tsuyu and Eri were the first to spot him. Tsuyu, oh, Izuku. Over here. Izuku ran toward them, and Tsuyu's eyes widened as she took in his costume. Tsuyu, blushing, Izuku? Izuku was wearing a fitted spandex uniform. The green fabric accentuated his physique, leaving little to the imagination for the female members of Class 1A and B. Mina's eyes widened in surprise. Setsuna's jaw dropped. Tsuyu tilted her head, trying to process what she was seeing. Ochako's cheeks flushed. Momo covered her face, trying to hide her reaction. Kendo attempted to look away, but her gaze lingered on Izuku's midsection. Toru squealed, caught between excitement and embarrassment. The girls from 1B giggled, trying to conceal their blushes. Eri looked at them curiously, not understanding their reactions. Izuku noticed their gazes and felt a rush of embarrassment. He shot them a quick glare, trying to regain his composure. The boys admired Izuku's physique, except for Bakugo and Minoma. Tsuyu struggled to find the right words. Seiryu burst into laughter. Seiryu, nice costume, house bunny. Seiryu was wearing a striking black and white dress with an armored breastplate and a metal arm attached to her left shoulder. Bakugo, what kind of guy wears spandex? Minoma laughed along. Minoma, look at all that fake muscle, he's trying so hard to impress the girls. Izuku glared at Minoma before taking off his shirt, revealing his toned muscles, which made all the girls blush even more. Izuku, for your information, I have been working out since I was 4 years old. The boys and girls looked on in admiration. Even All Might was impressed by Izuku's build. Izuku put his shirt back on, much to the girls' disappointment. Girls, Izuku noticed the girls in front of him. Kendo approached him. Kendo, wow, Izuku, is that your costume? Kendo was wearing a blue Chinese dress with a domino mask. Setsuna joined them. Setsuna, you look great, man. Setsuna flashed Izuku a playful grin, making him shiver slightly. Izuku suddenly envied the guys around him for not being the center of attention. Setsuna was clad in a green scaly spandex uniform with a domino mask. Ochako chimed in, yeah, Izu, you look cute. Mina eyed Izuku with a smile. Mina, Midori, you're quite the catch. Tsuyu, yeah, a bit. Tsuyu blushed. Izuku quickly turned away, trying not to focus on their spandex outfits. He especially avoided looking at Tsuyu, who wore a black and green spandex uniform with goggles on her head. Her outfit hugged her curves, making it hard for him to concentrate. Ochako, hey, Izuku? What do you think of my costume? Ochako wore a black and pink spandex uniform with a helmet resembling an astronaut's, complete with tubes running down the back. Izuku's gaze inadvertently drifted to Momo, and he immediately regretted it. Momo was in a red leotard that barely covered her upper body, paired with a yellow skirt. Izuku quickly looked away, his face turning red. Izuku, Ochako? Momo? Why you guys wearing that? Ochako looked down, a bit disheartened. Ochako, it's terrible, isn't it? I really should have specified what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. She scratched the back of her head, looking embarrassed. Momo tried to cover herself as best as she could. Momo, sorry, Izu. I designed this costume to fit my quirk, so. Izuku shook his head rapidly. Izuku, no, it's not that at all. I'm just surprised, that's all. He looked at them earnestly. Izuku, you both look great. The girls blushed at his compliment. Girls, thank you. Izuku then noticed Eri, who was holding Tsuyu's hand. Izuku, hey there, Snowball. Eri, cheerfully, Daddy. Izuku effortlessly lifted the 5-year-old into his arms. Izuku, did you miss me? He playfully blew a raspberry on Eri's cheek, causing her to giggle as she hugged him tightly. The boys cooed at the sight, while the girls felt a twinge of jealousy. Girls, thought, man, I wish I was still a kid. The girls envied Eri, as she was the only one who received such attention from Izuku. All Might took note of Izuku's costume design, particularly the long protrusions and mouthpiece that resembled his own. All Might chuckled to himself, thinking how obvious it was. All Might gathered everyone in the center of ground beta. All Might, now it's time for combat training. Tenya, clad in a full-body armored suit, raised his hand. Tenya, this is a battle center from the entrance exam. So, will we be conducting urban battles again? All Might, no, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. All Might held out 2 fingers. All Might, most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. Intelligent villains hide in the shadows of this society filled with heroes. Everyone looked at All Might with determination while Eri played with the two long protrusions from Izuku's costume. The 5-year-old had managed to climb on top of Izuku's head earlier and was enjoying herself. All Might, for this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and engage in 2-on-2 indoor battles. Tsuyu interrupted the pro-hero's explanation. Tsuyu, without basic training? All Might, now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D. Tsuyu and Izuku prepared themselves. Izuku powered up One for All and Optic Blast. Tsuyu put on her goggles. Izuku leaned closer to Tsuyu. Tsuyu felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Tsuyu thought, his dimples are so cute. Izuku, whispering, stick to the plan. Remember, we're doing this to teach Katsuki a lesson. Tsuyu nodded. Tsuyu got it. She gave Izuku a thumbs up. Meanwhile, All Might was in the control room with classes 1A and 1B. The students were staring at the monitors. Mina was tapping her foot. Mina, I can't wait. Toru drummed her fingers. Toru, the anticipation is killing me. Both girls giggled as they admired Izuku's broad shoulders. Kendo lightly tapped them both on the head. Kendo, stay focused. We're here to learn. Kendo glanced at Izuku and couldn't help but admire his chiseled jawline. The boys rolled their eyes. Boys, thought, give me a break. All Might cleared his throat. Kendo regained her focus. All Might, all right, everyone. Use this time to think as well. Class 1A and B. Yes, sir. Kendo walked over to Eri, wrapping her arms around the 5-year-old. All Might stared at the screen. A blue-haired student from Class 1B focused on the monitor. Thought, I rigged the lottery system so I could get Izuku to fight Katsuki. According to Aizawa, it seems Katsuki is holding a grudge against Izuku. The class was excited to see what Izuku would do. The boy looked around. Thought, these losers are pathetic. He rolled his eyes before turning his focus back to Midoriya. Thought, this is going to be fun. The boy smirked mischievously. All Might watched the screen with a tense expression, gripping his clipboard tightly. All Might, thought, young Midoriya, here, you are just a single student. I will grade you strictly without playing favorites. Meanwhile, Izuku smirked. He unleashed his optic blast energy at the building, surrounding it in a dome of energy. The students gasped in shock. Denki, hey, I didn't know Izuku could do that. Kyoka, same here. Momo placed her hand on her chin. Momo, thought, what is he planning to do? Meanwhile, Izuku powered up One for All throughout his legs as he grabbed onto Tsuyu. Izuku, let's do this. Tsuyu, Roger. She hugged Izuku tightly. With that, the green-haired duo vanished in a blur. Meanwhile, Katsuki was pacing down the hallway, building up a sweat. His quirk allowed him to secrete nitroglycerin sweat, which he used to create explosions. The grenade-shaped bracelets around his arms stored enough sweat to cause significant damage. Katsuki, time to prove once and for all that I am the next generation's symbol of hope, and I'll do a much better job than All Might and that green-haired loser. Meanwhile, All Might heard Katsuki through the microphone and was not pleased. All Might glared at Katsuki through the monitor. The students backed away at the sight of All Might's intense expression. All Might, growling, Bakugo. Ijiro looked at Denki. Ijiro, dude, I've never seen All Might this upset before. Denki, Bakugo must have said something that ticked him off. The two boys exchanged nervous glances at All Might, who was tapping his foot on the ground, and they could have sworn they saw the floor crack slightly. Meanwhile, Katsuki spotted a camera. Katsuki, yelling, hey, All Might. If you're watching this, this is how I feel about you. Katsuki made an inappropriate gesture. Meanwhile, All Might struggled to contain his anger. Kyoka face-bombed. Kyoka, that idiot. Tetsu. Why is everyone in Class 1A such a pain? Some members of Class 1B nodded in agreement. Aways, you can say that again. Jiroda, are they here to be heroes? Because I'm having second thoughts. A girl with long green hair karate chopped the hairy student. Jiroda-kun, I am disappointed in you. You shouldn't judge a person so poorly. Everyone here is different in their way, and that's what makes us unique. As the saying goes, never judge a book by its cover. Hanta nodded in agreement. Yeah, don't rope us in with that Pomeranian idiot. We are nothing like him and never will be. Shut up, tape face. We're trying to watch the fight, Momo snapped. Yeah, shut up. Saryu added. Hanta growled in response. Meanwhile, Izuku and Tsuyu were sneaking around the building. Tsuyu used her camouflage to blend in with her surroundings, while Izuku utilized his optic blast energy to stick to the ceiling. They were currently searching for Bakugo. Izuku spotted Katsuki's heat signature around the corner. Oi, nerd! Where are you, you loser? Katsuki shouted, stomping through the hallway. Izuku and Tsuyu crawled closer to him. Get out here so I can take you down. Katsuki called out, scanning the area. You know what? Forget you. You know why? Because you're a fool, just like your older brother. He shouldn't have saved you that day. He should have realized that someone like you doesn't deserve to be here. Izuku froze, and Tsuyu's expression hardened. Katsuki continued, That's right. Your brother. The one who tried to save you. And I'm glad he's gone. He doesn't deserve to be remembered, just like his little brother. Izuku and Tsuyu felt their anger rising uncontrollably. Flashback. A young 18-year-old boy with black curly hair lay on the floor, barely conscious. A humanoid robot loomed over him with a sinister grin. His name was Ultron, a robot created by billionaire genius Tony Stark, who was known as Iron Man until the day of his demise. Ultron's programming had been corrupted during production, transforming him into one of the most dangerous villains. He was believed to have perished in 2013 after a confrontation with the Avengers. However, an evil genius named Ivo Robotnik discovered Ultron's blueprints and parts, bringing him back to life with upgrades. The boy attempted to move, but the robot delivered a swift blow to his face. I wouldn't move if I were you, Ultron warned. Nearby, a bloodied 11-year-old boy looked toward the teenager, his legs trapped beneath rubble and his hands bound by Quirk-canceling cuffs. Hiroshi! Get up! Izuku shouted, tears brimming in his eyes. Hiroshi struggled to rise, but the robot fired an Omega beam, causing devastation that left the boy unable to stand. Hiroshi, ugh! Hiroshi clutched the stumps where his legs used to be. Izuku stared in horror. Izuku, Hiroshi! Izuku tried to move, gritting his teeth against the pain. Izuku thought, come on, move. He squirmed, realizing his legs were trapped beneath a pile of rubble while he had been saving his friends. The robot had placed Quirk-canceling cuffs on Izuku's arms, rendering him powerless. Tears filled Izuku's eyes as he looked at his injured brother. Hiroshi thought DMN. He could see he was losing too much blood. He needed to act quickly, otherwise, he and Izuku would both perish. Hiroshi didn't care about his own survival, but he was determined to keep Izuku safe. Hiroshi, thought God, if you're there, please save Izuku. I'm begging you, don't let them take him. Hiroshi began to cry. Ultron followed Hiroshi's gaze and turned to Izuku. Ultron, human emotions. The only weakness I find puzzling in a human. Hiroshi's eyes widened in panic. Hiroshi, no. He gripped Ultron's arm tightly. Ultron retaliated by smashing his fist into Hiroshi's face. Hiroshi, ugh. Holding his nose, which was now broken, blood dripped onto the floor. Izuku, Hiroshi. Ultron turned toward Izuku, transforming his arm into a long metal blade. Ultron, say goodbye to your precious little brother, Hiroshi Midoriya. Hiroshi's voice cracked. No, not Izuku. Not him. Hiroshi felt utterly helpless for the first time in his life. Hiroshi, shouting no. Ultron raised his blade, preparing to strike the 11-year-old. Izuku froze in fear as his life flashed before his eyes. Izuku! A red blur crashed through a nearby window, striking Ultron. Ultron didn't flinch. He swung at the blur but was met with a kick to the face. The blur continued to attack until Ultron collapsed, unconscious. An 11-year-old girl jumped in front of Izuku. Hiroshi's eyes lit up with hope. Izuku's eyes widened in recognition. Izuku, Hiroshi, Jenny. The red-headed girl stood over Izuku, her blue eyes sparkling with determination. Jenny, I came to help. You didn't think I would just stay with the others, did you? Izuku shot her a quick glare. Izuku, I would be scolding you right now if we weren't in a life-and-death situation. Jenny let out a small laugh. Jenny, you owe me a date after this, Izuku. Izuku groaned internally. Izuku, thought have mercy. Jenny began to push the rubble with all her strength, her muscles straining. Izuku twisted his waist, using his own strength to help her. Ultron started to regain consciousness. Together, they managed to free Izuku from the rubble. Ultron glared at Jenny with fury. Ultron, I am going to destroy you. Ultron lunged at her, but instead face-planted against a glass chute that slid down from the ceiling. He turned to see Hiroshi standing beside the emergency lockdown button. Hiroshi, if I'm going to go down, I'm taking you with me. Ultron smirked. Ultron, glass? Fool, do you think this barrier can stop me? Ultron saw Jenny helping Izuku up. Jenny quickly used her super speed to melt Izuku's cuffs. Ultron punched the chute, pulling back his fist in shock. The wall didn't break. Ultron, what? Hiroshi laughed weakly. Hiroshi, it's no use. These walls are indestructible. Midoriya Enterprises built them to contain Omega-level villains like you. Jenny helped Izuku to his feet. Jenny, are you okay? Izuku nodded. Izuku, I'll be fine. Izuku winced in pain as Jenny supported him. Hiroshi surrounded himself with bright, white energy. Hiroshi, thought this is it? The energy began to build rapidly. Ultron stared in horror. If you use that much energy, you'll destroy us both. Hearing this, Izuku pushed Jenny away. Izuku, Hiroshi. Open the door. Izuku activated his quirk, trying to break the glass, but it was futile. Hiroshi looked at Izuku weakly. Hiroshi, sorry little brother. I can't do that. Hiroshi pressed the lockdown button, breaking it. Tears streamed down the 11-year-old's face. Izuku, tearfully don't do this, Hiroshi. Please. He slammed his fist against the wall, crying out. Izuku, tearfully, Hiroshi. Tears rolled down Hiroshi's cheeks as he looked away in shame. Hiroshi, thought I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. Hiroshi shouted to Jenny. Hiroshi, shouting Jenny, get him out of here. Jenny was crying, feeling helpless. Hiroshi was like a big brother to her, the kindest person she had ever known. Jenny hesitated but then regained her composure. Jenny, I'm sorry. Izuku was about to punch the wall again, but Jenny stopped him. Jenny, Izuku, we have to go. She hugged him tightly and began to pull him away. Izuku struggled, but Jenny was determined. Jenny, come on. She lifted Izuku onto her back. Izuku reached out his arm. Izuku's scream echoed through the hall. Izuku, screaming, Hiroshi. Hiroshi cried as he faced Ultron. Hiroshi, goodbye, little brother. He chose to face his fate with a smile. Hiroshi, Izuku, no matter how scary things get, smile as if to say, I'm okay. The ones who can smile in this world are always the strongest. My time might be over, but don't worry, little brother, we will meet again someday. Be strong, Izuku. Izuku and Jenny ran from the building. Izuku screamed. Hiroshi, be strong, everyone. I'll see you on the other side. Hiroshi released the energy within him in a fiery blast. The explosion engulfed the entire building, sending the kids flying away. The shockwave rippled through the long-abandoned city. Ultron's scream echoed in the distance. The two kids fell onto the rubble, unconscious. Flashback and Hiroshi Midoriya died a hero. And Katsuki was making fun of him. Izuku's eyes began to glow fiercely. Tears streamed down his face as his chest burned with emotion. Izuku detached himself from the ceiling and landed in front of Katsuki. Katsuki, there you are, you little... Izuku, how dare you? Izuku asked, his voice cold and empty. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Katsuki, huh? He paused when he noticed the tears streaming down Izuku's face. Katsuki, Did Mr. Tall and Handsome make little Deku cry? Katsuki cackled. Izuku felt the fire within him intensify. Izuku, quietly, shut up. Katsuki scowled. Katsuki, huh? What did you say? Katsuki shoved Izuku. Katsuki, I dare you to say that again. Katsuki pushed Izuku again. Katsuki, come on, say something. Katsuki threw a punch, narrowly missing Izuku's jaw. Katsuki, shouting, say something you useless twerp. Tsuyu had reached her limit. She felt a surge of anger towards the blonde. Tsuyu wanted to confront Katsuki. Katsuki, I feel pity for you, you loser. Only someone desperate would try to save another loser. That's why your brother is the worst person alive. Izuku could feel energy building within him, a force demanding to be unleashed. His emotions surged, and he felt a shift within himself. Izuku, whispers, how dare you insult my brother like that? Katsuki glared. Katsuki, what? Izuku, whisper, go away. Izuku locked eyes with Katsuki. Katsuki, huh? Izuku pressed a button on his visor. Izuku, shouting, I said go away. With a burst of energy, Izuku unleashed a powerful blast that sent Katsuki sprawling. Katsuki, arg. Katsuki howled in pain, collapsing onto the floor. Katsuki, you little brat, I'll get you for this. Katsuki attempted to kick Izuku, but Tsuyu intervened, pushing him back. Tsuyu landed beside Izuku. Tsuyu, you're not touching him, Yuji. Katsuki struggled on the floor, trying to lift himself with his injured arms. He saw the fierce determination in both Tsuyu and Izuku's eyes. Katsuki, you think you can take me down? Then face the consequences. Katsuki pointed at Izuku, igniting his fingers with energy. Katsuki, howitzer binary implosion. He unleashed a fiery explosion that filled the hallway. Katsuki laughed maniacally. Katsuki, finally. I did it. Now everything is. But Katsuki's words were cut short as a beam of white energy struck him, sending him flying out of the building. The last thing he heard was the explosion before everything went dark. Meanwhile, Tenya felt a tremor from the floor below. Tenya, what was that? He activated his communicator. Tenya, Bakugo, what happened? All he heard was static. Tenya, Bakugo? Then he heard Izuku's anguished scream from 3 floors down. Izuku screamed, tears streaming down his face. His heart ached as memories of his older brother flooded back. The sadness washed over him like a wave. Tsuyu hugged Izuku from the side, gently rubbing his shoulder. Tsuyu, shoo, Izuku, it's okay. I'm here. Don't cry. Tsuyu held him close as he let his emotions out. Meanwhile, everyone in the control room heard Izuku's scream. Kendo, thought, Izuku? Mina and the rest of Class 1A covered their ears. Mina, that's Izuku? Toru, what happened? Why is he crying? Kendo shook her head. Kendo, I don't know, but I haven't heard him scream like that since. Kendo's eyes widened. Everyone could sense the pain, anger, and sadness in his cries. Kendo, oh no, Katsuki, that idiot. Kendo felt a surge of anger towards Katsuki for his words. Momo and Ochako turned to Kendo. Momo, what did he do? Ochako's expression hardened. Ochako, yeah, what is it? Kendo sighed. Kendo, he insulted Izuku's brother. Momo and Ochako exchanged glances. Ochako, Izuku has a brother? Setsuna, who had overheard, approached the girls. Setsuna, he did have a brother. Setsuna looked at them. Setsuna, do you know the pro hero named Havoc? Pony, who had been listening, chimed in. Pony, oh yeah, the pro hero in America. He's popular for his acting and singing career, along with his hero work. If I remember correctly, he married a woman named Diana Prince, and they have 2 daughters and a son. Setsuna, that guy used to be Izuku's older brother. The girls from Class 1A paled at this revelation. They finally understood the depth of Izuku's pain. Mina, oh my god. Mina covered her mouth in shock. Toru began to cry. Kyoka's eyes widened, her expression turning into a fierce glare. She turned to the footage showing Katsuki's earlier insults. Kyoka, that idiot. I'm going to confront him. Eri watched the monitor, seeing her father in distress. Her tiny heart ached. She needed to help him. Eri quickly broke free from Kendo's grasp, opened the door, and raced towards ground beta. Eri. Kendo chased after the younger girl. Ochako, Momo, Pony, and Setsuna followed closely behind. All Might, who had been observing, looked down in sadness. He knew Izuku's brother, Hiroshi Midoriya. The teenager used to be a good friend of his. They were the best of friends. They spent a lot of time together during high school. They went on missions together. They even performed on stage once during Hiroshi's concert. They shot a commercial together as well. All Might was his best man at his wedding. He was there with Hiroshi when he welcomed Hitomi, his eldest daughter. Until that fateful day when Hiroshi sacrificed himself to save Izuku and defeat Ultron. All Might cried that day along with the rest of America. They had lost a friend, a star, a hero, a father, a gentleman, and a brother. Anger surged through All Might as he recalled the moment. Katsuki had mocked one of his greatest allies. All Might thought, "Bakugo Katsuki, you have crossed the line." He grabbed the microphone. "Team D, you are disqualified. I'm going to find Katsuki and take him to Recovery Girl. As for the rest of you, take a 5-minute break." With that, All Might disappeared from the room. All Might found Katsuki lying unconscious in the junkyard. Both of Katsuki's arms were injured and burned beyond recognition. His costume was in tatters, exposing his damaged skin. All Might felt a mix of emotions as he looked at Katsuki's condition. "Dear God," he muttered. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the blonde and carried him toward the entrance. Although he wanted to leave Katsuki there for what he had done in class, he knew the boy would not survive without treatment. Activating One for All Might flew toward Yue. He could still remember the day he met Hiroshi Midoriya. Flashback. All Might was walking through the streets of New Orleans, Louisiana. He had grown up here during his childhood, playing in the streets with friends. But that was a long time ago. He had everything: money, popularity, a fan base any celebrity would envy, and yet he felt something was missing. Wandering aimlessly, he bumped into a tall man with dark hair and brown eyes. The man wore a dark purple suit and a light purple vest. "Sorry," All Might muttered as he continued on his way. The man turned to him. "Why the sad look, muscle man?" All Might turned around, noticing the man. "It's nothing. I'm just having a bad day," he replied. The man raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? Because it looks to me like you're lost, not physically but mentally." The man smiled at All Might, who raised an eyebrow in return. "And you are?" The man lowered his purple hat and pulled out a card. A tip of the hat for Dr. Facilier. All Might looked at the card with a puzzled expression. Tarot readings, charms. Facilier wrapped his arm around All Might, leading him away from the streets. Potions, dreams made real. All Might gave him a confused look. "You're a fortune teller?" Facilier frowned slightly at the term but smiled as he continued down an alleyway. "That's one way to put it. I'm a witch doctor who grants people's wishes." All Might raised an eyebrow. "Grant people's wishes?" "Indeed, my shop is just around the corner," Facilier said, continuing onward. All Might thought, "Wait a minute, I didn't even agree to come here." He came to a stop. "Look, buddy. I understand that you're not doing well financially, but I don't like being scammed. All this sounds great, but I don't have time for this." All Might turned to leave, but Facilier's expression shifted from amusement to annoyance. "Don't you disrespect me, little man," Facilier exclaimed, grabbing All Might by the shoulder and turning him around. "Don't you delegate or deride." He pointed his staff toward a nearby wall, and a sign suddenly appeared. Facilier smirked as he waved his hand over the wall, and 2 torches ignited beneath the sign. The sign read, "Dr. Facilier's Voodoo Emporium." Facilier, singing, "You're in my world now, not your world." Facilier smirked. All Might stared in awe at the sign, clearly surprised. All Might thought, that sign wasn't there before. "Facilier, and I have friends on the other side." Facilier waved his hand over the wall, where a purple door mysteriously appeared. The door opened itself eerily. All Might looked inside. "He's got friends on the other side." All Might jumped slightly at the sound of the voices. That's just an echo, my dear gentleman. A little parlor trick we have here in Louisiana, don't worry. Facilier gave All Might a friendly smile as he led him inside. Facilier guided All Might down the hallway before doing a little spin. Facilier snapped his fingers. Facilier, singing, sit down at my table, put your mind at ease. A click echoed at the end of the hall. All Might turned around and saw a large wooden table with 2 chairs at the end. Facilier walked in front of All Might before doing another spin. Facilier's shadow came to life, playfully taking All Might's coat. The shadow tossed his coat onto a rack. Facilier gently led All Might toward the table. All Might thought, wow, this guy sure knows how to put on a show. Maybe I'll stay for a little bit. Facilier, singing, if you relax, it will enable me to do anything I please. Facilier leaned back a little, giving his shadow a high five. Facilier did a moonwalk before sliding across the hall, his shadow following right behind. Facilier, singing, I can read your future, I can change it around some too. Facilier snapped his fingers, transforming his shadow into a snake. Facilier gently pushed All Might into a chair. Facilier, singing, I look deep into your heart and soul. Facilier extended his cane toward All Might. Facilier, you do have a soul, don't you, Toshinori-kun? All Might's eyes widened in surprise. All Might thought, how does he know my name? All Might opened his mouth to ask that question when the shadow playfully pinched his lips shut. Facilier, singing, make your wildest dreams come true. Facilier performed a flip as he jumped onto the table. Facilier pulled out 3 voodoo dolls from his pocket, showing them to All Might. Facilier, singing, I got voodoo. Facilier pulled out a raw chicken from his coat. Facilier, singing, I got hoodoo. Facilier pulled out a small box. He opened it, releasing a small burst of flames. Facilier, singing, I got things I didn't even try. Facilier tossed the box aside. His shadow pulled his chair forward. Facilier, singing, and I got friends on the other side. The tiki masks behind All Might came to life. Masks, singing, he's got friends on the other side. All Might looked around, searching for the source of those voices. He turned and noticed the masks behind him. Facilier snapped his fingers in front of All Might. Facilier, singing, cards, cards. The cards will tell. Facilier began to shuffle a deck of cards. He tossed them side to side, slid them through his arms, and flipped them through the air before catching them. Facilier, singing, the past, the present, and the future as well. Facilier popped 3 different cards onto the table. He then placed the deck on top of the cards before reshuffling them. Facilier, singing, the cards, just take 3. Facilier shuffled the cards dramatically before passing the deck to All Might. All Might took 3 cards. Facilier, singing, take a little trip into your future with me. Facilier separated the cards on the table. Facilier looked at the 3 cards All Might picked. Facilier, singing, now you young man, are from across the sea. Facilier picked out one of All Might's cards. He pulled the card upwards, revealing a picture of the ocean and a tree filled with faces. Facilier, singing, you come from 2 long lines of heroes. Facilier pulled out a shrunken head before presenting it to All Might. Facilier, singing, my family also came from a long line of heroes. Facilier, singing, your lifestyle is high. Facilier turned another card upside down, showing a happy All Might surrounded by fans. Facilier turned the card again, revealing a sad All Might. Facilier, singing, but you live a lie. Facilier flipped the card upside down, revealing a joyful All Might proposing to a beautiful girl. Facilier, singing, you want another chance to correct your life. Facilier looked at All Might with a hint of pity. Facilier, being a hero sure is hard, huh, All Might? All Might nodded. All Might, sad but true. Facilier, you've got no time for yourself. Now you're nearing your 50s, but you never got to live a proper life. You've trapped yourself in another world where no one understands you. You just want to be free. Or at least until you can finally settle down. Facilier took out another deck of cards before spreading them across the table. Facilier rubbed his hands together. Facilier, What you need, All Might, is time. Facilier laughed as he flipped the cards upside down, revealing a clock. Facilier, singing, it's time, it's time, it's time you need. Facilier then flipped the last card that All Might had picked. Facilier, singing, and when I look into your future, you have time to spare. Facilier reached out a hand towards All Might. Facilier, shake my hand. Come on, All Might, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? All Might took Facilier's hand. Facilier let out a sinister smirk. Facilier, yes. The voodoo dolls and the masks around the room came to life. All Might's hands began to glow. Facilier ran across the room before pulling out what looked like powder. Facilier tossed the powder onto the floor, producing smoke. Once the smoke disappeared, a large mask appeared on the wall. Facilier, singing, are you ready? The armrests on All Might's chair transformed into giant snakes. The snakes wrapped around All Might, holding him in place. All Might tried to activate his quirk but found himself unable to do so. Masks and dolls, singing, are you ready? The mask opened its mouth, revealing an amulet. Facilier took the amulet. Facilier, singing, are you ready? Transformation Central. The voodoo dolls were banging against drums. Dolls, singing, Transformation Central. Facilier walked up to All Might with the amulet. Facilier waved his hand over his face, revealing a black skull with red ruby eyes. All Might looked on in fear. All Might struggled against the snakes. Facilier took All Might's hand, placing the amulet onto his finger. The necklace pressed into All Might's finger. Facilier, singing, Transformification Central, can you feel it? A yellow vortex slowly began to swirl around. All Might's hand. Facilier, singing, you're changing. You're changing. You're changing, boy. He lost consciousness. His body was enveloped in a yellow vortex. Facilier, singing, I hope you're satisfied. But if you aren't, don't blame me. You can blame my friends on the other side. Facilier began to laugh as he danced around the room. Voodoo dolls, singing, but you got what you wanted. Masks, singing, what you want's what you get. Facilier let out a laugh as fireworks erupted in the room. Facilier slid across the floor. Flashback, and that's how All Might was transformed back into a 15-year-old. It was a requirement that all kids needed to go to school, so All Might had no choice but to return to high school. All Might felt nervous at first. He had dropped out of high school after his first year due to his training. Not only that, but it had also been over 20 years since he attended high school. Flashback. Toshinori stood in a classroom with 22 students. A man in his early 40s walked in a few minutes later. He had short brown hair, brown eyes, and wore a brown suit. Teacher, hello class. The teacher greeted the students. The students smiled at the teacher. Students, in unison, morning Mr. Matthews. His name was Eric Matthews, a retired senator who decided to dedicate his life to teaching like his younger brother Corey Matthews. Now, most people thought that Eric was foolish. However, that wasn't the case. Despite his naive and somewhat brash nature, he was a bright-minded man who graduated with a PhD in education. Eric, I have an important announcement to make. We have a new transfer student joining us today. Eric looked towards Toshinori. Eric, why don't you introduce yourself? Toshinori faced the class. He then grabbed a marker and wrote his name on the blackboard. Toshinori, my name is Toshinori Yagi. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Toshinori bowed. The kids stared at Toshinori in awe. Chapter end. Izuku sat on the ground next to Tsuyu and Eri. Izuku sniffled as he sat beside them. Tsuyu wrapped her arms around Izuku, concern etched on her face. She hated seeing Izuku like this. It took about an hour for Izuku to finally calm down. Eri and Tsuyu helped Izuku to his feet and led him back to the control room where everyone was waiting. Eri held his hand, gently playing with and massaging his palm. She then looked up into her father's eyes, worry evident on her face. Izuku felt a pang of guilt when he saw her concerned gaze. Izuku thought, I'm setting a bad example for my daughter. Izuku wiped away the remaining tear stains and tried to force a smile. But Eri could see right through him. Eri, soothing voice, it's okay, Dad. Everything's going to be all right. Izuku's expression faltered. Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Tsuyu, she's right, Izuku. Izuku nodded. Izuku, sorry you guys. I tried to move on, but I just couldn't. Tsuyu nodded sadly. Tsuyu, I know how you feel, Ribbit. Eri, Tsuyu, and Izuku walked in silence. Izuku could still remember that one particular day. Flashback. Izuku felt numb. He was carrying Hiroshi's funeral picture down the aisle as everyone lowered their heads. Hiroshi's friends, Jeremy Johnson, T.J. Detweiler, Arnold Shortman, and Li Ping walked down the aisle behind Izuku, carrying Hiroshi's coffin. Marceline, singing, "Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting. Right there where you left it. Lying upside down." Marceline sang softly, playing her guitar. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued to sing, her gaze fixed on Hiroshi's face. She longed to reach out to him. Marceline, singing, "When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around." Phineas and Ferb were the first to approach the coffin. Phineas gently placed a small white flower on Hiroshi's chest, and the two boys walked away with their heads bowed. Candace and Milo followed, Candace quietly sobbing while Milo offered a silent prayer before they too departed. Ben 10,000 and his son Kenny entered next, both closing their eyes in prayer. Ben looked down at his former student. "Ben, rest well, Hiroshi." Ben and Kenny turned away. Diana approached her husband's body, holding her children close. "Mommy?" Hiroshi's daughter, Natsumi, asked, looking up at her mother. Diana struggled to find the words. "Why is Daddy sleeping on the wooden bed?" Everyone froze, unsure how to explain death to a 4-year-old. Diana fought back tears as she turned to her daughter. "Diana, because Natsumi." She swallowed hard. "Diana, Daddy is going somewhere, but he won't be coming back." Before Natsumi could ask anything else, Diana quickly took her children away from the chapel. No one could blame her for that. More people approached the body to pray. Finally, Izuku stepped forward, holding onto the edge of the coffin. Everyone felt pity for him. He hadn't eaten or slept since his brother's passing. He was no longer the same cheerful boy they once knew. "Izuku, Hiroshi, I promise I will become a better person than I am right now. And I hope we can meet again someday." Izuku cried softly. Marceline, singing, "Everything stays. Right where you left it. Everything stays. But it still changes. Ever so slightly. Daily and nightly. In little ways. When everything stays." Marceline finished the song and walked up to Izuku, gently brushing his hair. He sobbed as he fell to his knees, and Marceline held him close, sharing in his grief. Later, Izuku sat in an empty corridor. His head hung low as he stared at a photograph of him and Hiroshi. In the picture, Hiroshi was playfully making bunny ears on top of Izuku's head while Izuku yelled at him. Tears threatened to return. Su Ping, Lee's mother, noticed Izuku sitting alone in the hall. The funeral had ended hours ago, but he hadn't gone home yet. She felt a pang of sadness for him and was about to approach when her husband, Alfred, stopped her. Hisashi walked out of a nearby room and noticed his youngest son sitting alone. "Hisashi, hey, bud, how are you doing?" Izuku remained silent. Hisashi pulled out a packet of gum and offered one to Izuku, who politely declined. Hisashi sighed. "Hisashi, that bad, huh? I know how that feels." Hisashi looked at Izuku with concern. He popped a piece of gum into his mouth and began to chew, blowing a big yellow bubble before popping it. "Hisashi, Izuku, I know you're going through a tough time right now. But let me tell you something." Hisashi swallowed his gum, a habit he never shook off after his duel with his arch-nemesis. "Hisashi, when I lost my grandfather, I felt the same way you do. I thought my world had shattered. I felt like everything had gone sour, and nothing would ever be the same again." Hisashi gazed out the window. "Hisashi, after your great-grandfather passed, I realized something. If I were your great-granddad, would I want everyone still alive to suffer because of my passing?" Izuku looked toward his father. "Hisashi, the answer is no, Izuku. People need to let go. If we keep holding on to someone who's no longer with us, we're only hurting ourselves." Hisashi's words sank in, and Izuku looked out the window, reflecting. Later, Izuku smiled at Eri and Tsu. Izuku, I feel a little better now. Thanks, guys. He looked around, noticing the chaos. Izuku, whoa, what happened? Tsuyu and Eri were sweating nervously. Tsuyu and Eri, simultaneously, how could he not have noticed? Suddenly, they heard a whistle above them. They looked up to see All Might landing in front of them, holding Katsuki. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of Katsuki's injuries. Izuku, oh no. Did I do that? Tsuyu and Eri looked at Katsuki, who was badly hurt. All Might nodded. All Might, don't worry, Recovery Girl can help him. You kids should head back to the control room. Before leaving, All Might approached Izuku. All Might, what happened wasn't your fault, Midoriya. Don't blame yourself for your classmates' injuries. Izuku was taken aback. Teachers usually reprimanded him for things like this, but All Might was understanding. Later, when All Might returned to the control room, he noticed two things. Izuku was surrounded by a group of girls asking if he was okay, and the boys were awkwardly staring at him. Kendo, I'm sorry about what Katsuki did to you. Mina huffed. Mina, I know that guy is a total JRK. Toru waved her invisible fists in the air. Toru, they should keep that guy on a leash. All Might cleared his throat, signaling his presence. The students scattered at the sound. All Might, sorry for the late entrance. Now, let's continue with the next battle. The class collectively sweat dropped. Everyone thought, seriously? After what just happened? All Might coughed again. All Might, I understand that Izuku has gone through some emotional challenges today. However, as heroes, we can't let situations like this hinder our progress. The class understood what All Might meant. Heroes aren't like ordinary people. They don't have the luxury of mourning or feeling sympathy. They have to learn to move on quickly. All Might, all right, everyone, let's change locations and start the second match. Everyone, simultaneously, yes. Meanwhile, Battle Building B. Shudo Todoroki and Mizo Shoji were standing in front of Battle Building B. Shudo looked towards the building while Shoji did stretches. All Might's voice rang through the intercoms. All Might, Match 2. Team B are the heroes, and Team I are the villains. Meanwhile, Ojiro was stretching his arms. Toru, Ojiro-kun. Toru walked up towards him. Toru took off her gloves. Toru, I'm going to get serious. I'll take off my gloves and boots too. Ojiro smiled while nodding. Ojiro, okay. Ojiro sweat dropped. Ojiro, thought, Hagakure, that's a smart choice for someone invisible, but it feels a bit odd for a girl. Toru noticed something. You can't look though, okay? Ojiro held back the urge to facepalm. Ojiro, I can't see you even if I tried. All Might's voice rang through the intercoms. All Might, now, let's start the second indoor person-to-person combat training match. Meanwhile, Mizo walked into the building. He split his arms into 6 appendages, each of them transforming into ears. Mizo showed Quirk, dupli arms. Shudo walked in afterward. One of Mizo's appendages transformed into a mouth. Mizo, one is in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. Mizo's appendages twitched slightly. Mizo, the other one is somewhere on the same floor. They're both barefoot. One of Mizo's other appendages appeared beside Todoroki. Mizo, the invisible one, is trying to ambush us once we reach the 4th floor. Shudo stepped further into the hall. Shudo looked at his partner. Shudo, go outside. It's dangerous. Shudo's expression was serious. Shudo, I'm sure our opponents intend to play defensively. Shudo raised his right hand and placed it against a nearby wall. Frost began to grow, slowly spreading across the building. Shudo, but that doesn't matter to me. An ice wave enveloped the entire building. Mizo walked outside, his eyes widening at the sight of the building encased in ice. Mizo, such power. Meanwhile, in the control room, everyone was shivering, holding themselves while their teeth chattered. Momo, such power. Denki's teeth chattered. Denki, did he have to freeze the control room, too? Everyone continued to shiver. Izuku, however, stood in the center of the room, unaffected. Everyone turned their heads toward Izuku, who was using his optic blast to warm himself, and Eri. Eri snuggled in his arms, And for a moment, everyone swore they saw cat ears on the 5-year-old. Kirishima, oh, come on. Kirishima and the other students began to complain. Izuku let out an annoyed huff. Izuku, fine, if it'll shut you up. Izuku spread his quirk across the control room, raising the temperature. Everyone in unison, except Izuku and Eri. Meanwhile, Toru was on high alert. Toru thought, the real threat here isn't Mizo, it's that guy Todoroki. Toru's heart raced, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. Toru noticed the air around the room growing colder. Toru began to shiver. Toru thought, is it just me, or did the air just get colder? Toru's eyes widened. Toru thought, wait, cold? It can't be. Toru spotted the ice wave heading toward her. Meanwhile, Shudo walked calmly down the hall, unable to suppress a smile. Shudo, I don't need my left side, after all. He faintly heard Ojiro's voice from around the corner. Ojiro, ditch this quirk is. Shudo smiled as he approached the door. Shudo peered into the room, and Ojiro stiffened at the sight of him, taking a fighting stance. Shudo, you can move if you want, but the skin on your feet will come off, and you won't be able to fight at your best. Shudo scanned the room and noticed something was off. Shudo, where's the invisible girl? Suddenly, he felt an invisible force strike him in the face, catching him by surprise and sending him to the floor. Shudo held his cheek in pain. Shudo, hissing, Hagakure. He looked around the room, and an invisible force struck him in the stomach, causing him to fall again. Shudo glared at his surroundings. Shudo thought, Dimenit. He got back on his feet, surveying the area. Shudo, I don't usually say this, but I'm quite impressed. You managed to avoid my ice and hit me a couple of times. Shudo smiled as he began to lower the temperature around the room. Hagakure was shaking. Hagakure thought, oh no, if this keeps up, I might succumb to the cold. She tried her best to stay quiet. Shudo, you'll either pass out from the cold or freeze. Your choice. He continued to lower the temperature. Toru suddenly remembered something. Toru was wearing a special suit that controlled the temperature around her. She had never told anyone before, but ever since she was little, Toru had trouble regulating her body temperature, so the doctor had prescribed a special invisible suit that allowed her to control it. Toru pressed the switch on the suit, and her body began to warm up. She did her best to sneak away from Shudo. Until, crunch! Toru accidentally stepped on a piece of ice. Panic surged through her. Shudo turned toward her direction and began to fire a barrage of icicles. Toru ran around the room, dodging the projectiles. She yelped as she slipped and slid across the ice. Shudo continued his attack while Toru evaded. Toru quickly hid behind a bomb, which Shudo also froze. Ojiro struggled to break free from the ice, feeling intense pain in his feet. Shudo glared at Ojiro. Shudo, I can't let you get in my way. He waved his hand, encasing Ojiro in a block of ice. Meanwhile, Izuku was silently observing Toru. He noticed her heat signature in the corner of his eye. Though many wouldn't notice due to Toru's invisibility, Izuku could sense the stress clouding her mind. Izuku thought, oh, this is bad. Toru's mind is being overwhelmed with stress. Meanwhile, Toru was nervous. Toru, what do I do? What do I do? She was hiding behind an oil drum, running out of options. She couldn't feel her arms and legs. If Shuto or Mizo found her, she was as good as done. Toru thought, I can't lose like this. There has to be another way. Peering out of her hiding spot, she saw Mizo walking into the room. Mizo noticed Ojiro frozen in the middle of the room. Mizo, you did that? Wow, that's harsh, man. Shudo ignored Mizo and continued scanning the room. Toru felt like crying as the frost slowly enveloped her body. But then an image flashed in her mind. It was Izuku, standing in the center of her thoughts, reaching out toward her. Izuku, Toru, don't give up. A quirk might have its limits, but your heroic spirit can lead you further. Toru. Suddenly, Toru felt a warm sensation building inside her. The warmth continued to grow, and sparks began to travel throughout her body. Toru's atoms began to break and reform. Meanwhile, All Might, Class 1A, and B stared in fascination. They saw electricity sparking around what appeared to be an invisible human form. Denki, what the heck? He yelled in shock. Mina's eyes widened. Mina, is that Toru? Momo covered her mouth. Momo, what's happening to her? Meanwhile, Toru heard footsteps approaching. She turned around to see Todoroki staring right at her. Toru quickly stood up. Shudo fired a small stream of ice toward her, but the attack moved at a slow pace. Toru's eyes widened. Toru, what the heck? She stared at the beam of ice. Toru, why is everything moving so slowly? Toru saw Mizo and Shudo running toward her. However, they were moving so slowly. Toru quickly dodged the beam of ice. She then ducked as Shoji attempted to tackle her. Toru walked toward Shudo and delivered a swift punch to his face. Toru thought, no way. The world began to speed up again. Shudo exclaimed, oof. In an instant, Shudo was sent flying out of the room. Mizo's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Shudo's flight. Toru quickly grabbed one of the oil drums she had been hiding behind and hurled it at Mizo. He was taken aback when the drum struck him. Toru shouted, yes. She pumped her fist into the air. Toru thought, I don't know what just happened, but it looks like we still have a chance to win. Suddenly, Toru felt a sharp pain in her back. She groaned as she collapsed onto the ground. Her body felt hot, and her muscles began to swell and tighten. It felt as if her bones were trying to break free. Toru thought, what's happening to me? Her form began to flicker. Looking down, she noticed her body shimmering. Then, out of nowhere, energy erupted from Toru. Mizo and Shudo shielded their eyes, along with everyone in the control room. When the light finally faded, everyone opened their eyes and turned toward Toru. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. In Toru's place stood a teenage girl with brown hair and blue eyes. She had milky white skin and a lean, yet strong physique. Two appendages extended from her back, resembling wings. Meanwhile, Izuku stared in awe at the screen, feeling as if he were gazing at an angel. Izuku placed the picture on a small table while the four teenagers positioned the coffin at the center of the room. Everyone rose from their seats and began to approach the coffin. A girl with gray skin and jet black hair stepped forward from the crowd. She wore a black and red striped shirt paired with denim jeans. Her name was Marceline Abadir, the Vampire Queen, and she had once been Hiroshi's girlfriend. In the year 1642, Galactus, the planet eater, arrived on Earth and devastated the land, taking the lives of everyone in Oo. Bonnie, Finn, Jake, and Simon were unable to survive the chaos that ensued. Marceline was the only one left. She spent centuries wandering the Earth alone, haunted by memories of tears and screams, mourning everything she had tried to protect, including the love of her life. After wandering for 6,000 years, Marceline felt defeated. She found a small cave near what used to be the Candy Kingdom and stayed there for an eternity. Marceline thought she would fade away in that cave, but fate had other plans. One day, Hiroshi Midoriya entered her life. He was the kindest, sweetest, and most honest boy she had ever met. Hiroshi discovered Marceline's unconscious form, ensnared by tree roots, and brought her back to health. Marceline shared her stories with Hiroshi, who listened intently, undeterred by her ancient age. He explained how the world had evolved into a society of superheroes, where everyone was born with a unique power. Initially, Marceline and Hiroshi became close friends, but as time passed, Marceline found herself developing deeper feelings for him. Despite her affection, Marceline never found the courage to express her feelings, and ultimately, Hiroshi fell in love with another girl. Marceline tried to date others, but none could compare to the bond she shared with Hiroshi. She cherished him in her heart, holding on to the hope that one day he would return to her. Yet, that dream felt increasingly distant, and sadness filled her heart.